I believe we're live. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. So, fellers, it's been a while. It's been an entire week since I've last played this game, and that's for a good reason. I'm trying to step away from ESO. The direction of this game is just not very good. Like, that's what I want to talk about throughout this stream, but also I just want to enjoy the patch while it lasts, because if you step foot into the PTS and you play it, you realize just how good we have ESO, like, combat-wise right now. Like, we definitely take what we have right now for granted. And I'm not even joking. I want to do some tests, and I want to compare the results I got on the PTS, maybe crunch some numbers, you know, do some nerdy things, in order to figure out exactly the change that we're getting with the light attacks and the, you know, the debuffs and buffs over time. But it's just sad. I knew ESO was gonna fall off eventually, but I didn't expect it to happen this soon. I just don't know where to go from here. Like, I just got this channel off the ground, and now the Cinemax is doing this. I don't know. But I gotta set up the stream, and then we'll figure out what we're doing. Alright, we're good. I have everything set up, I believe. Yeah, I have everything set up. So I don't even know where to start with these changes, dude. They're just absolutely ludicrous. They're killing half of my builds for 1 and second. I just want to, basically what I want to do this stream is I want to test the base light attack damage, okay? I want to test the base damage that you deal if you just light attack and heavy attack. Because that, in my opinion, is the biggest change coming with this new update. Because it is just absurd how much damage you're losing on a light and heavy attack. If you do any sort of duel on the PTS, and you just light attack someone, so you just tap them really quickly, you're doing about 600 to 700 damage, depending on, you know, what multipliers you have when it comes to damage. Because it doesn't scale anymore, right? And heavy attacks, they only hit for about 1200. Basically double that. And I don't know. Right now I have a bunch of enchants, so I made something earlier before I started the stream. I have some basic rubedite weapons. They're not upgraded or anything, but I'm confident that the damage of these maces will be a lot higher than the base damage that you get. So on the PTS for PvE, right, you get, what, you get 2k extra damage? We don't have any enchants, so it's not a problem. You get 2k damage per light attack, right? Like, that's the flat value. 2,250, I think, is the flat value that they assign to it, right? This is our light attack damage right now, okay? We have Oaken Soul on. Our weapon damage unbuffed is 4k.
This is not what
That's 4,000, right? That's double what you get on the PTS, right? Alright, let's buff. Alright, so now we're at almost enough.
Ouch.
I think it's changed too much, but we're definitely hitting a lot harder than you would normally get. So the scaling isn't even up to 5k weapon damage. That's crazy. That's crazy. It's so weak. If we drop ourselves to 2k weapon damage, I wonder if that'll change. Okay, so our weapon damage now... Oh, we're still buffed, okay. Remove Oaken Soul. So this puts us at 3k weapon damage, right? Alright, let's test it.
You cease and desist.
3k, that's still more than you get at average, like... That's still way more. What is... So the base damage for light attacks is absurdly low.
You're just spring-loaded today, aren't you?
Alright. 2k.
I'm not configured for combat.
It's still lower. It's still lower. On the PTS, the light attack damage is still lower. There's no way. They lowered it that much. This is just light attacks, and they're across the board for every single attack, so... I want to find the base damage.
Got that out of your system.
There's nothing I can really do to lower my damage anymore. We're using an unupgraded rubedite maul. It's not even a sword, so we're not getting any bonuses. Another thing I could do is remove some Sork abilities in order to lower the damage, so that's what we're going to do. Because that'll give me some passive damage. Okay, so now we're slightly lower. Anything else I can do to decrease my damage? I don't think there is. I think this is as low as we can get.
Why, I never...
And we're still hitting for more than you get at base on the PTS. We're still hitting harder than you hit with a light attack on the PTS. That's ridiculous. We're not even buffed. We're not wearing any gear, and our weapon damage is... It's pathetic, to say the least. Okay, we got plenty of pin. We have plenty of pin. But that doesn't really matter because we're not going to be full pinning anyways. And the base damage that you get is... They even say it on the patch notes. If you go and you look at the patch notes in the update, 2,250. That is your base damage for a light attack. And you can have a fully kitted out build, right? Everything on it. So, what I've just gathered here, your light attack damage, okay, you want to know your light attack damage at base? It is not just a 10% decrease like they said. You want to know why it's not a 10% decrease? Because okay, so my prediction is if you have 2k weapon damage at base, right? You have 2k weapon damage, so just 2,000, right? No extra anything, okay? If you have 2k weapon damage. Okay, we're going to go a little overboard here. At 1,150, and this is unarmed.
I'm not a guard factotum, you know.
Okay, so it's 500 more damage than this on the PTS if you punch a target dummy. I did all the tests I could. I did unarmed, I did stabs, I did two hands, I did dual wield, I did channeled heavy attacks. I did all of them.
I dare say.
Okay, we're literally wearing nothing though, and we're only 500 damage behind the base. So that would say if So the base light attacks, they scale at a flat value of 2k weapon damage. So everyone across the board has had their weapon damage, like, for light attacks nerfed. So you don't even need to build for damage anymore in order to hit people with light attacks. Like, they do no damage at all. So it's at base 2k weapon damage. Okay. I'm gonna record that. Okay. You know what? Never mind.
I can feel pain, you know.
Do one more. Okay, so next up we have maces after I get it. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. So 2k weapon damage is the base for light attacks now. Okay, that's great. That's great because now if you stack 5k weapon damage, you're not going to be hitting as hard anymore. Okay, because now I have 2 sharpened maces. Okay, weapon damage is roughly the same, right? It's a little over 2k. We're still hitting a little bit harder. We're hitting for 200 more damage than we would on the PTS. And mind you, we're only using maces. There's nothing else on this character. We removed all the sword passives as well, so we don't get any extra damage increases.
I must say, your aim is definitely improving.
Alright, let's move on this. So this is what it should look like, because this is roughly 2k weapon damage.
Stop this at once, Apostle.
That is super close. It is actually at base. At base. With... No, that's ridiculous. Okay, so all of your light attacks scale off of 2k weapon damage.
Well, hopefully you've got that out of your system.
From my tests on the PTS, you hit for exactly 2k. Okay? No, regardless of what you have on. Pin helps a little bit, but even with pin, you hit for about as hard as we're hitting now. You get like 50 extra damage. This is what the damage for light attacks looks like on the PTS, regardless of what you're wearing. And this is melee. This is melee. Ranged attacks hit for 10% less. So you're only hitting for 1800. That is the change we're getting on the PTS. That is how dramatic the damage has been decreased. Do you want me to remind you where we were originally?
You're just spring-loaded today, aren't you?
Let's put the old build back on. This is I'm just gonna put them all on so I don't proc enchant so we can see the damage. And this is just the regular old bonk build, okay? Like, what's it? It's ballad. Give me a second, colors. It's not Deadlands, is it? Okay, I'm putting on the wrong build here. Give me a second, guys. A little slow. I'm trying to think of things. Good. Is it Torag or Turag? I don't know. I don't care. Okay, so then we put on Oaken Soul. So this is the base bonk build, right? All this, but we don't have our bait maul, correct? So our light attacks hit for 4k, alright, and we don't even have a golden out weapon or any of that stuff. Alright. So what I'm gonna do next is I'm gonna hit him while he's at full health. Okay, I'm actually gonna hit him at full health while I have bait up, right? We're not even gonna be buffed, because we don't need buffs because we get everything with Oaken Soul, so with the enchants and all, this is what a light attack does to our target.
Why, I never...
Okay, well, none of them crit, but that's 10k, right? That's 10k, even with enchants. If I had crystal weapon, I could scale it up a little more.
Hopefully
But
you've got that out of your system.
yeah, see, that's a flat 10k, just single light attack. As we know, that's just 4k. That's ridiculous. It's too low. The damage is too low.
I'm glad that's over with.
It's just too low. I'm making a video about this. Like, I already got all the recording I needed to for the PTS, but I just wanted to get some footage from the live server before we start PvPing again, because you don't understand how much I appreciate the patch that we're in now, after seeing the changes on the PTS. Like, we take for granted how good we have combat right now. That's how bad the changes on the PTS are. Okay, well, I guess this is my testing for now. I want to put my Nighthawk together real quick. Do I have any dual wield passives? I don't, so we'll just have to slap the build on. We're missing Vate on the back. And also, you guys know my Nighthawk build, of course. Well, let me fix my food. Okay, we have 2 hours left. 25 minutes. I need tri-step for this. I'll just snap it on for now. Right. You want to know something else they don't talk about on the PTS? So, right now, you can cast Crystal Weapon in stealth, right? It will not pull you out of stealth when you cast it, correct? Look, so we're hidden, and we can do this. Okay, we can do this just fine, and it's not going to pull us out of stealth. On the PTS, this is different now. They didn't even mention this in the patch notes. They did a bunch of shadow nerfs to a lot of things, okay? And we still haven't figured it all out. They even nerfed Cowrians, but on the PTS, whenever you cast Crystal Weapon, it basically does that, okay? It pulls you out of stealth. I'm trying to stand up at the exact same time as I cast it, so you can see what it looks like. That's kind of what it looks like on the PTS. Cast it, it pulls you out of stealth. It doesn't say hidden anymore. When you cast it, it says detected. You can no longer cast Crystal Weapon while in stealth. That is a direct nerf to this build. And a direct nerf to the bow sort that I have that doesn't use Savage Werewolf. Which is dumb, because why? You can still cast Balance and Dark Deal in stealth. Those two work fine in stealth. But the second you try and use Crystal Weapon, oh, nope, you're detected. I don't understand. Crystal Weapon has been like this forever. It never pulls you out of stealth. ZeniMax is literally going through the YouTube PvP catalog, finding build videos, and directly nerfing them. That is what they are doing. There are so many changes to classes and like very specific things that specific builds take advantage of that make the build unique that are getting changed. Not just for mine, but for a lot of other content creators' builds. Very specific little bits are getting changed. And it's just dumb. I don't even have the words to say because I don't understand. I don't understand. I wish I did, but I don't. Like, that's about it. For the dot timers and all that, like, not much is changing. What's up, Beefy? Welcome. For the dot timers, they're really weird because... I'll just have to show you guys. It's better if I just explain it through gameplay. This update is going to kill ESO. Plain and simple. No beating around the bush. It's just gonna straight up clothesline ESO. I don't think it really matters. I want to talk about how dots work too. I'm probably not going to cover that in the video as extensively as I'm going to cover light and heavy attack changes, because those light and heavy attack changes are absolutely ridiculous. You just don't get enough damage. You hit for someone who's wearing no gear, and less. Alright, so as dots right now, right, so check this out. So if I use Fiery Breath, right, as soon as I hit him with Fiery Breath, it ticks for a dot as well, so on top of the direct damage that you're dealing, you also immediately do dot damage to him, right? And this ticks every second, right?
Ouch.
And lasts for 10 seconds. Okay. What is happening on the PTS with your breath, if you're on a DK?
Whatever are you doing?
Okay, is you'll do the flame, right? But you're not going to get that initial dot tick anymore. You have to wait 2 seconds after you use the ability to get your first tick of damage. 2 seconds. And it's supposed to hit harder, but it doesn't, because it's drawn out over such a long duration that you don't deal as much damage as you think.
You've got that out of your system.
And it's just weird. It's just really weird, because you apply all of your dots to your target, so like you get a full rotation. I know this is just my crafter, and these are just skills I have on, but you like do that, you do that, that, and that, right? And then you just have so much extra time to do whatever the heck it is that you want.
This is not what I was built
And
for.
you're like, what the heck do I do with my time? This really lets you throttle it down on like having a spammable too. Like, so if you have like whip is getting changed next patch. Molten Whip is going to be more powerful than it is now, simply because of how often you'll be able to use it. Okay. But it's just, you're sitting there wondering what to do with your time, so you just waste the rest of your resources trying to deal some more damage. I understand they're doing that for like new players and all that, but it's just, basically what I'm saying is you have to recalibrate your entire rotation with this new update. So you can have everything mapped down to muscle memory, right? You can know when you need to switch to your back bar in order to apply a dot for PvE, right? Like at that exact moment when you need to apply it so you can have the highest uptime on it as possible, right? Now you have too much uptime on it. And now we have to learn to figure out what the heck to do with the time that we're given. And that's an issue. ZeniMax's goal of making this game more approachable for people
Hear ye, card sharps and collectors.
is going to drive out what is left of the in-game community. Because... What's up, Kevin? Welcome. You're just not getting enough anymore. You're just not given enough anymore. They're taking away your ability to have some sort of power, okay? I did check heavy attack builds too, so like, you know, the Dragonite Lightning Staff heavy attack build too. I don't have the gear for it on the live servers, like I don't have Sergeant or Undaunted Weaver or any of those, right? I have a few pieces, but not enough to make a build, and I'm not going to reconstruct it just to test it, but I know how it hits. What's up, Fructo Man? Welcome. I know how it hits on the live server because I've felt it and I've seen other people's gameplay of it. And they are getting dumbed down considerably. Like, if I had to give a percentage value of how much damage you're losing for those heavy attack builds, so like Lightning Staff heavy attacks, you're probably losing about 66% of your damage with heavy attack builds, so channeled ones with staves and all that. And it's just dumb. It's just dumb. You guys want to know how much a Resto heavy attack channel ticks for? So like while you're using a Resto staff, do I have a Resto staff? Let's see what it is now. I have a Resto staff. That's what those, whatever. 2,000, 2,000, 2,000. Yeah, it doesn't hit for 2,000 anymore. On the PTS, you only do about 600 damage in PvE per tick of this channel. 600 damage per tick of this heavy attack channel. 600. And that's the same for the Lightning Staff as well.
This is not what I was built for.
Alright, let's do Empower. See, Empower got a massive buff, okay? Empower at the moment adds about maybe, you know, what exactly does it say that it does? Okay. By 40%. Instead of giving you that 40% damage buff, now it's a flat value just like the heavy attacks. So, it's giving you 1,800 additional damage to your light and heavy attacks. That's what Empower is doing. Empower is going to be very valuable for those people that still want to use light attacks, but
your aim is definitely improving.
Like, you're still not going to be hitting as hard as you're hitting now. That is what concerns me the most, is just how much they did to light attacks. Because we just discovered earlier in the stream that basically all of your damage for light attacks, they hit for 2k. Okay, so that means you have 2k weapon damage at base. Unbuffed and all that. Just 2k weapon damage at base, regardless of your stats. In this build, we have a lot of damage, okay? We hit for 5,000 on a light attack, right? A heavy attack's way more. We can crit for 10k. I think that was an enchant, though. I think the enchant critted. It's difficult to tell because it keeps proccing, but let me check real quick.
By the word of, I'm not configured for combat.
Why heavy attacks don't hit as hard? Oh, they do, because it's a double hit. They hit for 6k. Actually 7k. It's still crit though, right? Or not? LAS? What do you mean? What's LAS? Explain this.
I'm glad that's over. Why, I never...
Your light attacks and heavy attacks can still crit, yeah, but then that's up to the crit scaling that you would have on your character, right? And that's
well, hopefully you've got that
whatever.
out of your system.
But it's not going to be much because, you know, crit damage is a multiplicative value, right? Yeah, it's a multiplicative value, but your base damage for light attacks and heavy attacks is so low with this new update that even if you crit, you're probably only going to be hitting for 5k in PvE. If you crit in PvP, you're probably going to get like 1,200 damage on a target. if you duel someone on the PTS and you just light attack them, you're hitting for anywhere between 600 and 700, just on a light attack. And not to mention the changes they made to crystal weapons. Sork was just starting to pop off. My tooltip for this exact same build on the PTS, I have a 4K tooltip unbuffed. I'm losing 6K weapon damage, or 6K damage on this attack alone. On top of the nerfs to light attacks. And I even tried to use this build, like, the stealth, okay? I even tried to use the stealth of this build. But the thing they don't tell you in the patch notes is casting crystal weapon pulls you out of stealth now. They don't mention that in the patch notes anywhere, but doing this pulls you right out of stealth. Like, so I'm going to try and mimic it by standing up at the exact moment I cast, right? That's basically what it does. Okay, it says detected. Like that. It pulls you out of stealth. You can no longer cast it in stealth. You can cast Dark Deal, you can cast Balance, you can cast Rally. I have not tested Elemental Weapon though, like the Sigic one. I haven't tested that, but it just nerfs across the board. No one is going to die because no one has damage anymore. ZeniMax overdoes something or they underdo something. No, they just only overdo something. And they definitely overdid a nerf to damage, okay? And for what? So a couple new players could, you know, play a little bit better, and they haven't even decided if they want to stick around and play this MMO for the long term. Even if you do go into stealth and you get like this big combo off, right? So let's see what that hits for. Right, so that's just the basic attack. Just heavy attack. So that's a one hit. Okay, you want to know my DPS in one hit doing that combo, even if I force stealth using a potion in just one hit? It's 50k. It's 50k. We're losing 100k DPS. Even if we crit. Even if everything crits. If everything crits, we hit 70k. But that's just dumb. I don't understand why they need to do this. The game is fine as it is. If people can't learn to light attack, weave, whatever. Those are the kind of players that are not going to be playing your game long term. If you're planning on playing an MMO long term, you're going to learn the mechanics of it so you can perform better. Those that don't care to learn the mechanics of it, you don't need to be catering to them because they're just going to leave your game after a month. And this game is not hard. This game is not hard to play. It's not hard. This game is getting more difficult, not because the ads are, you know, the ads aren't getting nerfed, okay, or buffed. Like the monsters in the world, they're not getting buffed, okay? You are getting so nerfed. You're getting nerfed so hard that it is very difficult to kill things now. And let me explain to you why the thing that ZeniMax overlooks when they're talking about, oh, we need to nerf light attacks and we need to adjust the values of it because it accounts for 15 to 20% of someone's damage. You want to know why it accounts for 15 to 20% of someone's damage? Because it's a secondary spammable. Alright? If you're going to do that to light attacks, you might as well nerf all the other spammables. Like, they nerf jabs, of course, and all that, but basically, you're hitting it as often... Listen, it's difficult to explain, but you're doing it so often, okay? That, of course, is going to be a lot of damage. Of course, it's going to show up as a lot of damage, because of how often you're doing it, if you can keep it up. And they said a 10% damage reduction, approximately. Yeah, 10% damage reduction on all builds, Ooh. I don't know what to tell you guys. They're overdoing this change, and this... If I'm going to leave ESO at any point, this is probably the patch that's going to push me over the edge. I can't even one-tap these ads anymore on this build. I get like halfway through. Kind of like that, but a lot less damage. And I don't understand. I'm moving buff. I feel like I could explain why light attacks deal so much damage, like, on the dummy. They're looking at light attack damage collectively, so, like, over the entire parse. So if you're doing, like, a big fat DPS check or whatever, so, like, you're going from 20 million health on an Iron Intronarch to 0, right? Well, Okay, what I'm trying to say is, it's like an ability going off. Okay, it's an ability that's going off in between every one of your abilities. Okay, it's like if Burning Light, like of course they're changing. Like it's difficult to compare it to something, but what I'm trying to say is it's completely unnecessary. They don't need to do this. This is not helping anyone. This is hurting everyone. Because they're saying the average player has 2k weapon damage or spell damage. Which is not true. They've increased the base damage so much. All I'm gonna say, guys, is enjoy this patch while you have it. Because ZeniMax has just completely lost control of their game. If you play the PTS, you will really appreciate this patch for what it is. It may be laggy, and it may be very bad performance-wise, and there are plenty of cheesy things that get you killed, but next patch you are not going to enjoy PvP, and you are also not going to enjoy PvE. It's not going to be fun anymore. The fun systems in this game, they're getting changed. And the funny thing is, like, ZeniMax even said it themselves on, the notes for the new update. Before they released these big changes, is they're like, oh, we know light attacking and these advanced little systems that you can do in ESO is what sets this game apart from other MMOs. And it adds a level of mastery to our game that is very satisfying to pull off properly and can reward you very well if you learn to do it. So that's why we're getting rid of it, because we don't want people mastering our game. Why? Why? So you can make a quick dollar or something? Why? I don't understand their ability. This is why I'm making a video about it. But I just want to enjoy PvP while we still have it. Okay? I just want to enjoy PvP while we still have it. So that's what we're going to do today. Even though I'm not the biggest fan of PvP at the moment because of how bad performance is. I'll take this bad performance and, you know, getting desynced. I'll take all that. I'll take all of this over what we're getting next patch because of how bad it is going to become. You guys wait till it comes live. I know it's week 1 of the PTS and things can change, but I don't think anything is going to change, and they're forcing these patches to go live. You want to know why? Because they disabled the discussion for the patch notes. Every single patch notes that they've come out with, right, for like the big changes and all that, right? So new DLC, new sets and gear and stuff drops, right? There's a little tab at the very bottom of the patch notes that says discussion, okay? And you can see a bunch of comments of what people have said and what they think about it. You know what ZeniMax did with this specific patch notes? They turned that off. They turned that off. I can't remember the exact wording of it, but it says this discussion is closed. So that means no one can comment on it, and no one can give their feedback on what they think about the changes. And that is why that concerns me, because that means ZeniMax is going to force these changes to go through whether or not players want it. Because they think it's going to be amazing. People don't die already in PvP, and things don't die fast enough in PvE sometimes too. Okay, if you wanted to increase the difficulty of PvE, like, don't nerf the players. Make things a little bit more difficult. Like, I don't understand their logic for this. I don't understand. I want to understand so badly where they're coming from. And I've been trying to work it out for the last 3 days. Why they're doing this. But I still can't get it through my mind. So, my first thought, listen, so while we're cute, I'm just going to talk about it, okay? Because I just want to grasp it and understand it. My first thought is they want to help new players get into ESO, right? They want to make this game more approachable for everyone, and they want people who are new to the game to be able to stand a chance and, you know, ease their way into the ESO combat system, right? Yeah, but when you nerf light attack damage as much as you're nerfing it, you increase the duration of dots so much to the point where you're like, what the heck do I do with all this extra free time I have? You're not helping anyone. Because you're just nerfing everyone across the board, even the new players. In fact, the new players are probably going to be even more upset than the, the in-game players because they don't know how to adjust to these changes. And they also, they don't know how to deal with that difficulty spike because ZeniMax never gave them a chance to learn. ZeniMax does not do a good job of teaching you all the little mechanics in this game. Like light attack weaving and, animation canceling and all that for people that want to push their damage. They don't teach anyone about this. They don't teach anyone about the global cooldowns and stuff. You have to go and look for that stuff yourself. But here's the thing. The players that want to get better at this game will go and look for those kind of sources of information. They'll be like, okay, so what can I do to increase my DPS? What can I do to become better at this game? They will go and look on the internet for guides, hook up in a community, join a guild, and they'll ask around. And that's the social aspect of an MMO, right? Is the sharing of information between everyone, okay? But ZeniMax is now making this game towards, oh, yeah, let's just have a solo experience. They're completely removing that by just making everything washed down. It's like when you go to like a food place, right? You go to a food place and you like fill up a drink with water or something. Not water, like a soda. So the little soda machines that they fill up. And you put your cup in and you do the little dispensing thing, right? And all that stuff comes out. Well, basically what they're doing is you're getting 15% of, let's say, your choice of root beer. Okay? You're getting 15% of the root beer, your choice. What's up, amigo? Getting 15% root beer and you're getting the rest of it water. Everything is just being diluted so much with this update. It hasn't come out yet. And there's time to fix it, but ZeniMax isn't going to change anything. Because, well, if disabling the discussion board about this new update tells you anything, it's that they're going to make this change go live regardless of what people want. So, I'm probably going to have to retire from ESO for however long it takes for ZeniMax to wake up. Maybe even just start doing PvE content and just not do PvP. Or, double down on trying to get people to improve at this game, so that way ZeniMax doesn't have to implement these dumb and just unnecessary systems in order to give players that have no idea how to play even less of a chance of making it in ESO. Like, this game is not hard to play. ZeniMax is making it difficult for new players. More difficult for new players than they are for in-game players. Because if I really wanted to, I could push through this patch. And I could just sift through all of this and just wait it out, right? We'll establish a meta. We'll establish a very powerful and strong build, right? That a lot of people are going to take advantage of. That's fine. I could wait for that to happen, right? I could mess around with some things and come up with my own builds, but... yeah, pretty much. You have enough time to do like an entire cycle of dancing between, your dot rotations now for PvE and PvP. That's a good comparison. I think that's a very good visual. But yeah, I'm confident not a lot of people like this change. You don't have to go far at all to find someone who disagrees with this change. I'm just not going to be able to stop thinking about it, and I really have to make a video about it so I can get all my thoughts out there. Lights, I don't know. I don't know if you should even do... like, I'm considering just canceling my ESO Plus and then just not playing the game for like a year, coming back to it and figuring out what's happened to it. Trying to move on with my channel and figure out something else. How nerfed am I? You mean the one-shot sniper that I made a while ago? It's not bad. The only thing I need to test on the PTS that I'm still curious about is if Crushing Weapon, casting that in stealth pulls you out of stealth. If casting Crushing Weapon in stealth pulls you out of stealth, you cannot use that build anymore. Well, amigo, depends, because Update 35 comes out in like 2 months. You have 2 months to mess with all the fun stuff that came out with this. If $60 is worth 2 months to you of ESO, then go ahead and get High Isle. But you best believe, once those 2 months are up, and the time has passed and Update 35 comes out, this game is not going to be anywhere where it is now. Our characters are going to be the same, but this game is going to be completely different. Okay, this game is going to feel... It's going to feel very, very different, but it's going to have the same old ESO skin that it's always had. You have no idea the amount of changes and nerfs. It's just nerfs across the board. Nightblade is getting buffed, and Nightblade is the only viable class. But what they didn't tell you on the PTS also is they're nerfing Cowrians. Cowrians is absolute garbage now. Cowrians is dead. Cowrians is dead. Zilla picked it up on the PTS yesterday. I didn't get a chance to test it, but this is it on live. If I was on the PTS, I'd have 5 seconds of cooldown on Cowrians, but I'd only be hitting for about 4k. Like, even with all this armor on, I'd be hitting for like 4k for a Cowrians proc. So they're buffing Nightblades, but removing their staple set. I mean, that's okay. You don't... Like, Brawler Blades are probably going to be the way to go next patch. Well, I don't know how to pronounce your name, but I'm just going to call you Kuda because that's how it feels. Yeah, if you were going to go farm Cowrians, you'd only have 2 months to play with it. I was going to gold out my Cowrians if they were not going to, like, nerf it at any point, but I haven't golded out my Cowrians Jewelry yet. And I'm not going to now because they're going to nerf the set into the ground. And now, you know what everyone is going to do? You know what everyone is going to do? They're going to pick up Flame Blossom. They're going to use my favorite set, my favorite off-meta set. See the works. Okay, I'll say that then. But they're going to use this. This is going to be the new proc set that's going to replace Cowrians. This, and where is it? Eminar Pact. Stone Falls. Red Mountain. Yeah, Red Mountain. These two are what people are going to use. At least I'm going to use both of these if I play next patch. I'm going to see how it feels on the live server, but came to me for all the builds. Well, I appreciate that, but the goal of the build videos is to show you what I found works, and you guys can tweak it to what you enjoy. We're not going to use Oaken Soul on this thing. We're just going to play regular old Nighthawk. Right? This build next patch is not going to work, so I want to enjoy it while it's here. I'm not going to make an updated build video for any of my builds because maybe the Nightblade, but that's about it. Because in 2 months' time, all of the builds that I've made are going to be completely useless because of the new changes. So, yeah. Let's just enjoy PvP while we still have some decent PvP, right? We got deathmatch too, lovely. Hopefully performance doesn't just tank this match. It's been a while since I've played, but I don't want to give myself any excuses. Okay. Healers are staying the exact same as they are now. Okay, healers are the exact same as they are now. I tested it on the PTS. You're still getting the same amount of healing, regardless. Okay, healers are still overpowered. Nothing is changing about healing. They said they'd nerf it, and the only thing they're doing is nerfing regeneration by about 40%, but that's not an issue because now everyone's going to run the illustrious healing. Because It's not receiving a nerf, it's receiving a massive buff. And healing ticks still tick every 1 second, so... Vigor is also getting nerfed into the ground as well. That's stupid, why did I do that? Why I casted that? Vigor is getting such a hard nerf. I'm gonna miss this build so much. This build is just pure fun when you can play it right. But skill shouldn't exist in ESO. Because having a skillful game is tough for players to, you know, appreciate and learn how to play right? Yeah, well, I don't want to be forced to play something I don't enjoy playing. Okay, let's not do that. Oh, we're here already getting desynced. Let's go. Man got 2 procs of crystal weapon off of 1 light attack? Well, compared to next patch, like, just from being on the PTS, I appreciate this patch so much. We have it so good right now. For PvP. We have it so good on live server right now. This is acceptable gameplay. This is fun. There's so much you can do with the hybridization of things and the fact that everything has damage in some form, right? This is a good patch. This is a really solid patch. The combat is very stable, and I enjoy, you know, being able to play the way I'm able to play. But then ZeniMax is like, okay, let's just not do that anymore because, oh, a few people can't press the light attack button. They must not be able to. Can we farm Titanborn? I don't know. I'd have to go pick up that. I don't have it for myself. Maybe at some point. Maybe. You don't even need to pay me. I'll get my payment and have it set for myself. So you see all these tanky guys next patch? Like these tanky guys that just, you know, heal out of all the damage and just hold block and they don't die, right? They're not going anywhere next patch. They're going to be as tanky as they are now. What's up, Ninja? Welcome. So the tanks and the healers are not changing next patch. In fact, the tanks are getting a buff because all of their, you know, defensive buffs last really long. So if anything, they're also getting buffed. Why did you roll off the edge? No one is going to die next patch because tanking hasn't been adjusted and healing wasn't even touched on. I know they said they'd like reduce the values of healing, but when they were saying that, they were really just talking about radiating getting a small nerf. Like a small nerf to where it is. It's going down by 40%, but you know what? Illustrious Healing is getting a 40% increase in healing. So what you're losing from radiating, you're gaining in another skill. So, yeah. I'm gonna miss this game, like where it's at now. I'm gonna ride this wave. Can I make it? Can I make it? Oh! That person has been trying to kill me all game and they just got lucky because I missed my jump. You hate where the game is now? Get on the PTS Ninja and you will appreciate this patch. You will appreciate this patch more than you know. If you hop on the PTS, you will appreciate this patch so much. Like, this patch will seem like the best patch in ESO compared to what we're getting with the next update. They're not gonna change a thing. Like, this is final. They already decided on this. They already decided that this is what they wanted to do. And how do I know that? Because they removed any sort of feedback that you can provide for a community post. Like, you cannot reply to the new update on the forums. They removed the discussion board for this new update. What's so problematic? Ninja, go back and watch the very beginning of this stream. We tested the difference in light attack damage. And in summary, your light attack damage is basically, so you're wearing no gear and you're completely unarmed. That is your base light attack damage. Yeah, but here's the thing, Ninja. They're lasting for 20 seconds. They're lasting for 20 seconds. Sure, it's just 20 seconds, right? Well, how many dots are you able to stack at once? How many? Dots are going to be the only way to kill people next patch because they're the only thing that's reliable. Because nothing deals enough damage anymore. The only thing that'll deal a lot of damage next patch is surprise attack. Crystal weapon doesn't work anymore. And, you know, friggin' Beetles is getting a massive nerf. Yeah, basically, if you've unequipped all of your gear... If you've unequipped all of your gear, right? If you've unequipped all of your gear, that is what you're going to get light attack and heavy attack damage-wise. No, Ninja. Healing didn't take a nerf at all. The only thing they changed was radiating regeneration, and they nerfed its healing pretty considerably, right? Where is it? Right. Regeneration, they nerfed this by about 30%, right? But you want to know what they did to make up for that? They increased the healing of this ability and its duration by 40%. They increased this by 40%. And you want to know the morph? Oh, increases the healing done and the duration. So that is per second. This still ticks per second. This heal on the ground still ticks per second. Who's this? No, because everyone's going to use this, because this ticks per second, okay? What do you get now with this? Like, that's over 10 seconds, so divided by 10, that's 2k. Like, you get 2k healing in PvE, right? This is a flat value. You get 2k with this already. This is receiving a 40% buff, and it's ticking per second. And it's also getting a double duration. I tested on the PTS. This is getting... No, it's still ticking for 1 health every second. They didn't change that. This is still healing you every second. Healing is not changed. Healing and tanking is the exact same. The only thing that tanks might have had an issue with is the change to Iron Blood, but that's it. Healing is going to be as powerful as it is, because they only nerfed one healing ability, which was Radiating Regeneration. They didn't remove its ability to be stacked. That can still happen. You can still stack 20 Radiating,
so
right?
Begins.
But they reduced the potency of it. Try and get my PTS to work today. Bro, if you get on the PTS, you're going to want to hop on the live server and just enjoy the next 2 months of this game. Simple. Oh yeah, and they also nerfed Vigor as well. Like, by what? It's a double value, so it's 22 plus 17, dude. You are getting a 41% decrease, not 41. Listen, your healing is not gonna be where it is. So if I heal myself right now, that's okay, right? That's going down to about 1,000 to 900 per tick. Alright, Ninja, will you boot up the PTS today, and then you come back and tell me if this game is going to be functional next patch. Because tanks aren't going anywhere. In fact, tanks are going to be able to deal a lot more damage than they're dealing now. Tanks are getting a massive buff. PvP tanks, at least.
Get after them! They've got the relic!
yeah, freaking corrosive? What is that?
Impossible! They seized the relic!
Oh yeah, I haven't even thought about mitigation of these new damage values. I haven't even thought about percent damage mitigation. Like major protection, minor protection. Whew, okay, well yeah, no one is going to die next patch in PvE. I mean PvP. PvE people are probably going to die because their Pale Order is not going to heal them for enough anymore. You don't have enough damage. I don't know what you saw. I saw like 2 videos today before I started streaming. I saw like Delkia's video and I don't know, I saw someone else's, but there's just nerfs across the board. Still nerfs across the board. See, tanks like this, they're not going anywhere. And he's still able to deal enough damage to kill me because he has Oaken Soul. At least Oaken Soul is getting nerfed. That's like the 1% good that is coming with this update, is the fact that Oaken Soul is receiving the adjustments that it needs. I think it's okay now. It's not over the top like it is now. It's not absolutely busted and overpowered like it is right now. One bar builds are still gonna be fine. Bro, those new animations are abominable. They're disgusting. I don't know who made those animations, but honestly, they shouldn't be allowed to make animations anymore. They do not look good.
Get after them! They've got the relic!
Those new animations are just horrendous. But you don't have to play the game at all next patch. That's also an option. Yep, pretty much. The changes to Oaken Soul, they're replacing all the big buffs. So, you know, like, they're replacing Force, Berserk, Courage, and Protection with the minor versions of those buffs, which are things you get anyways on most builds, like front bar and back bar. So they're not changing at all. Like, it's a big nerf. It's a big nerf. It's big enough to the point where you're not going to have Overtuned Dragonite spamming Corrosive every 3 seconds. It's that kind of nerf. Yeah, now you have to think about what you're doing a little more in one bar builds. What is this lobby, dude? This healing is toxic. But like I said, I'd still take this patch over what we're getting next patch any day. You're just not getting enough. I mean, a lot of people did. Yeah, Calrian's finally got nerfed too. I'm okay with the Calrian's nerf because it's just way too cheesy. Like, Calrian's is overtuned, let's be honest. Free damage. So easy to proc. I'm on board with the Calrian's change, okay? I don't like the fact that it's lost its identity as the most powerful proc set. But you guys want to know what... Well, actually, Red Mountain still takes the cake. It is cheese. It's fun to use, but it's cheese. No, you don't want to switch to Ashen Grip. I'll show you what sets you want to use. I'm surprised no one else has been talking about these changes, but I'll show you what sets you want to use. Now that Hoodie has killed me. First one, of course, is Red Mountain. Red Mountain is not going anywhere. It's still staying the same. This is your first choice, okay? For my Nightblade, my proc set Nightblade, we're gonna be dropping Cowrians for Red Mountain. Simple as that, right? The next set that you want to run is, where's it at? It's Bloodroot Forge. It's Flame Blossom. I don't like the fact that this is now going to be getting pushed to the forefront of mainstream, because I've been using this set for the last four patches now, and I love this set. And as soon as it hits the mainstream, and people are like, oh, you can't dodge it or block it, this set is going to get an immediate nerf, and it's going to become Cowrians. It's going to become like new Cowrians 2.0. That's how bad the nerf is going to be. Did I not release? When you combine them, Ninja. When you combine them. Ashen Grip is okay. They're not going to touch Ashen Grip. Ashen Grip's been the way it's been forever. It does fire off really fast. Which is another appeal of the set.
Get after them! They've got the relic!
Didn't think I'd like it, but this is nice. You use Ashen Grip for once in your life? I'm impressed. You used a proc set. You used a proc set other than Essence Thief. That's, like, never before heard of before, like. If you played it last night, I didn't tune into your stream because I was messing with stuff on the PTS. I did a lot of testing on the PTS last night. A lot of testing on the PTS. If you were still streaming at like 11 o'clock, I might have caught it because I caught the very end of Zilla's stream. And Perks just started streaming too. But those are the only two streams I managed to catch. But I think the new update is just gonna kill PvP. You'll have some people playing, right? You'll have a couple people playing PvP, but you're not gonna have a lot of people playing PvP. People are gonna move on to different things with this update. Simple as that. I'm too focused on trying to talk to you guys. Sorry if it's not as good gameplay wise. I just want to talk to you guys. We're discussing the new update, so it's warranted, right? It's warranted. But I still gotta make a video about all the changes, like I said I would. I did it for my community tab and all that. It's gonna be a very melancholy video. It's gonna be very sad. Because of the dumb shit. Oh, that's my favorite. That's my favorite. I enjoy that. Why is this a priority? Congrats, you did absolutely nothing. Because everyone held blocks simultaneously. I love it when people just all hold block at the same time. There's just... The other issue I have with this update is there's just so many other things, like for this update that need to get looked at, and ZeniMax is just, they're not looking at the right things. Like, there are so many other bugs that still need to get addressed, and ZeniMax is like, oh, nah. Nah, performance and, not performance. Freaking... Oh, no, the combat is the real issue here. The combat is the real issue this patch. It's not the fact that you have, you know, all these missing textures. It's not the fact that half the abilities don't work when you try and press them. None of that. No, no. Light attacks and buff duration are the issue. I don't understand. I don't understand why they think this is... Everyone doesn't like the changes coming. No, I'm confident no one likes the new changes. These new changes are just going to kill the game. And Hoodie was hunting me that entire match. I'm gonna miss this build, dude. I'm gonna miss this build. We could go play our Proc Knight fleet as well. That could be fun. Because they're nerfing Calrids, right? And we're not even using the right weapon. Okay. Why ninja? He's probably gonna pop in chat here in a sec, so he'll see it. But yeah, these changes gonna kill this game. I don't know. The big question is, like, you guys as a community, I love the community that we've built here, okay? This community has value to me, okay? More than you guys understand. I appreciate each and every one of you that stops by the streams and, you know, enjoys watching the videos that I make. But that is going to change when this new update comes out. That's gonna change, because either I'm gonna have to move to PvE, or I'm just gonna have to find a new game entirely because of how bad the changes are.
No.
We're gonna play something else for a little bit. As much as I love the Nighthawk, I just, you know, if I want to talk, I gotta play a little bit more casually. Who can sew? Muscle, the only things that are gonna change is just make our own game. Oof. Oof. Oh dear, no. I'd rather find a different game. Muscle, the only things that are going to change with this coming update are numbers. That's about it. They're only going to adjust the values of things. They're only going to, like, mess with the numbers. These changes are going live regardless. They disabled the discussion posts, like the discussion forums for this new update. So these changes are going live. Because they don't want any feedback, because they know the feedback that they're going to get is going to be extraordinarily negative. As no one asked for this, and despite what we say, despite, like, Final Fantasy XIV, I don't think I'm going to do no. I don't know if I'm even going to play another MMO. I might just start playing a bunch of indie games or whatever. Like, games that are really cheap and, you know, easy to pick up and just mess around with those. But I have to get a new capture card so I could stream on PC. Because a lot of the fun games are on computer. Alright, what I want you to do, Ninja, is I want you to go to, where's my sword, what the heck? Like, what I want you to do is I want you to go to the post, right? I want you to go to the patch note post that they made. And I want you to scroll all the way to the bottom and copy and paste what it says at the very bottom, where normally the discussion board would be, right? Copy and paste what you find at the very bottom of the most recent patch notes. And tell me what it says. Tell me what it says. Submit on the game. You could still give your feedback, like, for the PTS, because this is the PTS, right? ZeniMax is not going to listen. They're not going to listen. They've already established that. They've already established that they are not going to listen. Like, that's set in stone. They're not going to listen. This change is going live whether or not we want it. Because of how upfront and, like, they're coming out of the gate strong with this, like, this announcement, right? they're going head on with this announcement for one, and second, they disabled the discussion. I would be skeptical if these changes would go live if they didn't disable the discussion. Yep. You want to know why, Ninja? Because they know the feedback that they're going to get is not going to be good feedback. But do they care?
Switch in 3,
Do they
2,
care?
1.
No, they do not. They don't care.
I feel ready for the battlegrounds now.
Same. I can't wait to see which team will be on this time.
They want a feedback list. Yeah, didn't you type in stream chat something? Like, you sent me a picture on Discord? Feedback. This message is not approved by moderators or something. What was that? Yep. I'm gonna mention it in my video that I'm gonna do about this whole thing.
Hear ye, card sharps and collectors.
Yeah, because
Test
you have to
your
look at
wits
your
and
bar
toes
now.
in
You
a
actually
brand
have to
new
look at
card
your bar to
game.
make things time
Tales
up.
of Tribute.
Because I cannot see anyone perfectly mapping things. Yeah, like, see, that's what, look, see, he said it. I cannot see people perfectly mapping things that last 20 seconds. You can get close, but you're not going to be able to perfectly map things that are like 20 seconds, because now you're just going to overextend or underextend. Well, they disabled feedback, so what are we going to do about it? What are we going to do about it? Where's my shoulder at? Yep. Right, so now I gotta fix our bar. This build is going to be okay next patch, right? I can make it work with Red Mountain, but we're gonna have to drop Reaper's Mark. Reaper's Mark can't stay on the build anymore. What we're gonna do next patch is we're gonna put Healthy Offering in place of where Reaper's Mark is, so we can have an additional burst heal. And that's all that we're gonna change for the build, if I play next patch. We're gonna drop Calrians for Red Mountain, and we're gonna slot Healthy Offering as a heal on the front bar. My Sork needs a hug next patch. Yeah, Calrians is getting a massive nerf. It's a shadow nerf. They shadow nerfed so much on the PTS. They didn't tell you about a lot of things. There's a lot that they did not tell you in the patch notes. Probably because the patch notes were already long enough. Yeah, that's what we call shadow nerfs. They also shadow nerfed Crystal Weapon. They made changes to it up front, and then they shadow nerfed some of what Crystal Weapon does. Superb. What they did with Crystal Weapon is you can no longer cast Crystal Weapon while you're in stealth. You're gonna have to mess with a lot of things because there's a lot of stuff they didn't mention, but they're very apparent once you start messing with them. I'm gonna go ahead and leave Reaper's Mark on. We need Spec Bow on the front. Got Cloak on the back. Set up. Okay. So last thing I need to do is check Vampirism. Stage 2, Stage 3. Corrupting? No, corrupting. That's what I did. I reconstructed all of my mainline builds. I reconstructed all of them and put them on the PTS. What was I doing here? Why can't I remember? What was I doing?
No chance
yep.
to have a look.
I even reconstructed this one on the PTS. It seemed fine. Like, though, when you look at the Calrian's tooltip, you're like, oh, gee, okay, yeah. It's probably because I was hitting a skeleton dummy and I didn't notice the bar go down at, like, too much. Because it's a skeleton dummy, you know, but these changes are substantial. I mean, we just got the brand of this channel off the ground, too. Like, I know what I want to do for thumbnails now. I know what kind of content I kind of want to make. And I can't really do that anymore because PvP is getting absolutely gutted. So is the base game by itself. And if ZeniMax's goal is to dumb down the game enough for people who are going to play it for 2 weeks, can learn how to play it for 2 weeks and then just never play it again, well, then there's not much to teach people because no one's going to be looking for ways to improve when everything is so easy. Here's the thing, guys. You want to know something? ZeniMax takes more pride in having 20 million players have played their game. Okay, they take more pride in 20 million total players have played their game. Not the fact that they probably have like 10K people playing on a daily basis, like active users. They take more pride in having 20 million players who have touched their game more than, you know, people who play their game on a daily basis. And that's an issue. That shows you where their mindset is. Because that's 20 million times whatever the price tag of this game is. Like, don't you get more money from cosmetics and keeping players for the long term? Shouldn't you take pride and make it so people want to stay and play your game longer? Isn't that the point of an MMO? Think they'll stop PvP? Will I stop PvPing? Probably for a good while when this patch goes live. Not right now because I appreciate what we have. Like, if you go on the PTS and test it, I've said it a million times this stream, I really appreciate the patch that we have now. Because of how bad it's going to be in the PTS. In summary, for the next patch, no one is going to die, no one is going to have damage, and you're going to have a bunch of gankers running around ganking everybody. Yeah, and those are the kind of players that ZeniMax wants to, you know, prioritize having in their game. Don't get it. I don't understand. We could go ahead and start messing with Red Mountain. I think I have some pieces lying around. It's not infused. I could make it infused, make it cheaper. This is Flame Blossom. Flame Blossom is staying the same. I don't know. I think I already expressed my thoughts on it, but I don't like the fact that Flame Blossom is now going to become more mainstream because of the nerf to Cowrians. I don't like the fact that, you know, all of a sudden, oh, Flame Blossom's a really good set to use now because it's a very powerful proc set. I'm not comfortable with that. I'm okay with Cowrians in the spotlight, but because of bonus structures. What do you mean bonus structures? Setup are we using? We're using the one-shot Nightblade, which is going to be nerfed into the ground next patch because Cowrians is getting checked. Flame Blossom, Cowrians, Vade on the back with Ring of the Wild Hunt so we can keep up with people and stuff. Flame Blossom! Flame Blossom! Look at this. Flame Blossom. Look at this. Look at this. See, Flame Blossom. If I make any updated build video, it's going to be for this build, and we're just going to switch out Cowrians for Red Mountain. Because this build still is going to destroy people. In fact, it's going to be a lot more powerful next patch, this build. And it's probably going to end up being the meta setup. Because you're not getting enough damage anymore because of your light attacks and all that. The bonk build can survive. I tested the bonk build. The bonk build is okay, but the nerf that we're getting to light and heavy attacks is kind of just taking away from what the build is capable of. And the fact that they're nerfing Oaken Soul, like removing all those big buffs, kind of hurts the build a little bit too, but it's still going to be pretty powerful. But it's not going to be as survivable anymore. I have to test it on the PC. A lot of people use Cowrian as Stygian, yeah. Also okay. Yeah, it works. Cowrian's as Stygian works. But proc damage is the way to go. Like, scale your damage super high and then just let your proc sets do the work. Because procs ignore all resistances anyways. And when they hit, they can crit now. So that's what we're doing. Like, Nightblade is, like, Nightblade, you can use a lot of things on Nightblade and get it to work well. Mainly because of all the crit multipliers, though. That's why Nightblade is powerful. So, what's up, Sniper? Welcome. Welcome. We're just reminiscing and enjoying the patch while we have it. The, like, Sniper, I'm confident that ZeniMax... You want to know what I think ZeniMax is doing? You want to hear a theory? You want to hear a theory that is probably the truth? What ZeniMax does is they go onto YouTube, right? And they look up build videos for PvP. Sea Serpent's Coil is the new best mythic? Depends on how you use it, really. But what ZeniMax is doing is they're going through YouTube, right? They're looking up PvP builds and all that stuff, and they're watching all the build videos and seeing what makes them tick. Because if you just go through and you skim through like the patch notes and look at all the changes that they're doing to every single class and all that, there are some very specific changes to a lot of specific build playstyles that are now being removed and needing, like, apparently needed to be reworked. And it's very suspicious. Except for like knife blades. The only thing they're doing is Cowrie, so it's like a staple on every build. And they shadow nerf that too, like they shadow nerf Crystal Weapon as well. They nerfed Crystal Weapon up front, and then they also didn't tell you that you can no longer cast it while in stealth. Overload? I need to check and see if Overload is still...
Light it up.
I think it should be okay, but... Yep, they buffed Nightblade. It's really subjective on how you use it. Let's do some battle. Like, this is not as much of a PvP focused stream as it is more just a discussion. Because I like hearing your guys' thoughts. You guys, your opinions matter. Like, change everything. Herb, listen. This is going... You need to play this patch for the last 2 months. So we got 2 months left in this patch before they release, you know, the new DLC. Flame Blossom. Flame Blossom. Listen, it's called Flame Blossom, okay? It's in the Bloodroot Forge dungeon. Hold on. Bloodroot Forge, Flame Blossom. Oh, no. What do you mean, Sniper? What do you mean? Why do you like the changes to Vigor? It doesn't heal for enough anymore. You know, the healing change, like, the nerf to Vigor is just enough for you to negate light attacks now. Like, it's, if you take a light attack, Vigor kills you for just enough in order to mitigate that light attack. Because they both tick for, like, 1k now. Except light attacks don't hit as hard. They hit for, like, 600 in PvP. And that's not with any big resistance changes, like, you know, scaling with, yeah, like, protection and all that. Major Resolve? I mean, yeah, that's your armor buff taken care of, but a lot of classes come with really powerful armor buffs anyways. I don't know why they put it on there. This is a good change for Ninja because he doesn't use armor buffs on his builds for some reason. That's about the only thing I can think of. But the healing is trash. Resolving Vigor has had its healing nerfed by a lot, okay? You feel it if you do it on the PTS. Maybe for Necro, yeah, you're right, because that armor buff on Necro is just kind of useless. It does reduce the cost of your abilities, but you get so much anyways. It really depends on your build. If you have 5k weapon damage, okay, I tested this because what I did was I queued for the Imperial City because that, you know, that activates Battle Spirit and all that when you're in a PvP zone. What I did was I put a build together, I put a DK together, right? And you know how you have the big percentage healing with Draconic Power and all that when that's active? I went into the Imperial City. I had about 5k weapon damage, and I used Vigor, and I was getting 1k healing per second. Okay, it's still ticking every second. Vigor is still ticking every single second, right? It's going up to 5 seconds, but it's still ticking every second, right? But it's healing you for 1k every time. And then you put on the buff that, you know, Dragonite has, so the Draconic passive, right? Then you go up to 1,300 healing per second, roughly. And that's with 5k weapon damage. Then you buff up, right? And you get to roughly about 6.1k weapon damage with your resolve and all that, right? And your healing goes up with your Draconic power, right? Your Draconic, because you have the coagulating active. That goes up to not 2k, it's like, I can't remember, but it wasn't 2k, it was just under 2k, it was like 1,700 maybe? It's not a lot. It doesn't scale like it used to anymore, because of the percentage nerf to it. It's not a lot, though. Whereas normally in PvP, you'd get your Vigor to tick for like 2,500 at base, right? With buffs and all that going. Right? Yeah, so you're gonna feel the nerf to Vigor. Like, you're not gonna rely on Vigor as much anymore. You're gonna rely on your class burst heal or some sort of other healing source. You're gonna see a lot of people drop their back bar, like, with Vigor on it, for favor of restoration, because what they're going to do next patch is they're going to remove Vigor, they're going to switch out their back bar for restoration staff, they're going to put on illustrious healing, and they're going to put on rapid regeneration, because rapid regeneration is not receiving that substantial of a buff, because it's still healing you for more than resolving Vigor is now. Rapid regen is healing you for more than resolving Vigor. But it's up to you. I don't remember how long it lasts. I don't think it changed. Maybe like 1 second duration. I wish I had Streamlabs or something set up like that so I could stream the PTS to you guys. And we could hop between tabs and I could show you things. Once I get a little bit more income, maybe we'll put something together. We'll mess with it. If you guys want to share your thoughts on the new patch, feel free to. It's important we talk about these things because this is the future of a game that we all enjoy. Like, this is what we all have in common at least, is we all love this game. We can love this game and we can enjoy it, but we can disagree with the direction that it's going. And it's very good to be critical of things that you care about, because then that means there's room for improvement. Unless, of course, ZeniMax doesn't care anymore. And kind of they don't. I also want to mention this in my video. I don't want to say everything because I feel like if I say it on this stream, I'm going to forget to mention it in the video, but, you know, whatever. Like, we'll make the video and it'll be inspired. It's definitely going to be a very melancholy video, though. I feel like... So overall, would you say the game is going in a bad direction? Is that even a question? Is that even a question? This game is going in such a bad direction. It's going down a path that if ZeniMax takes another step, like down this path, they're not going to be able to recover this game. Like, this game is... They're nailing themselves into a coffin. And this might even be the final straw for a lot of people. I know I'm really I'm looking for other games too, but I'm not having as much success. So, I don't know what the heck to do. ESO is where my channel is based, and I enjoy making ESO content a lot because this is a fun game. This is a fun game, and what you can do with it, like, I can get my character to be himself, like, I can write stories. I can do skits. I can't do in other games.
To oblivion with them!
This game is kind of like a monopoly, but ZeniMax doesn't take good care of it. They just let it go. They gave it life and just let it die. Great, they got a mitigate each other. There's always going to be some meta that's going to come out of each of these patches. Probably should have a potion slotted so I don't get myself killed. As I was saying. But yeah, I just want to enjoy this game before they nerf it into the ground. They got two freaking one-bar healers on their team, dude. I queued for solos, not groups. What do you mean? Oh great. Oh great. Yeah, there's literally nothing I can do. No counterplay whatsoever. They have two healers and they have two people spamming freaking lights. There's nothing I can do. They nerfed, they changed things that didn't need to get changed. Like, this game was fine where it was. Like, this game right now, this patch is really good. I feel like ZeniMax is doing this and like, oh, so you don't appreciate the game that we have made for you now, right? You don't appreciate all the love and time we put into this game. Here's how bad our game could be. That's basically what it feels like. OpenSoul is fun to mess around with and like theorycraft with builds and all that. Test things, experiment, right? But the novelty of that item wears off in like 2 days.
Well, this isn't going as I'd hoped.
So I guess I'm trying not to die to these stupid dots. So, see, those dots only lasted 10 seconds, and I was busy fighting my bar to stay alive. Next patch, I'm gonna have to deal with those dots for an additional 10 seconds for no good reason. Yeah. OpenSoul tossed everything out of balance, and ZeniMax just... When they go at something to try and nerf it, right? They're never good about it. They always overdo something and overbake it. It's too extreme, and it's never just right. If you've been around on ESO for a while, they make way too many changes.
Take them.
I don't even know if I'm gonna play next patch. I have no sustainers. Purple keeps being annoying. They let something be powerful and fun when it's first released, and they let it sell the chapter, and then they nerf it into the ground. They're not nerfing OpenSoul into the ground, because OpenSoul is still very strong for one-bar builds, but... like, the changes are okay. I'm okay with the changes to OpenSoul. You're not gonna have DKs like these guys. You're not gonna have... how many of them? I got... You're not gonna have two dedicated You're not gonna have two dedicated Oaken Soul corrosive spamming Dragonites on the same team as often as you have them now. Like, there's literally nothing you can do because these guys have two pocket healers. Right. It's just they don't know how to fix it. They think they know how to fix it.
They've made a mockery of our efforts.
Really? And now you guys are gonna spam your little tech bots, whatever. They both got resto ults. I'm pretty sure everyone on that team has Oaken Soul on. All they needed to do was not release Oaken Soul like it is, like right now. See, this is the only issue with this patch, is how overtuned Oaken Soul is for everybody. Oaken Soul is just through the roof, kind of overtuned. It is the most broken mythic item to date and is painted. Like, this is the problem with Oaken Soul, though. It takes no skill to use, and it's super easy to abuse. It makes the perfect warrior that no one can beat, and you don't even need to put effort into it. You're just given... You just walk into greatness because you have Oaken Soul. And targets out of range, of course they are, because surprise attack is a balance. Like, there's so many other things in this game that need to get fixed. And, you know, light attacks and, you know, duration on buffs, that's not one of the issues. The fact that my target is out of range and I'm literally standing on top of them, that's an issue. The fact that I can't bar swap and use abilities even after pressing the button to do that like 7 times, that's an issue. Light attacks, heavy attacks, and the duration on buffs is not an issue. This is a fun match. Fun. I enjoyed that match so much. That was a very, very fun and interactive match full of... Everyone on the other team had freaking Oaken Soul on. Like, every single one of them had Oaken Soul on. None of them switched bars the entire game. Well, we need to enjoy this patch while it lasts. Like, I'm willing to stomach through games like that because of how bad it's going to get next patch. I'm still going to use Oak after the nerf. When people die, they can't say because it's nerfed. If we get another match like that, I'm probably just gonna go check out Open World. Case pop locked red. Great. And there's no one in the there's no one in there. Those places are dead. For mid-year mayhem though? For mid-year mayhem though. For mid-year mayhem though. For mid-year mayhem though. Oaken Soul and then 11 pieces of Druid. Let's go. I mean, that's the only good thing that's coming with this update is like Nightblade is getting some buffs. It doesn't need buffs. It's a really solid class as it is. Very strong and does what it's designed to do just right. Right. ZeniMax is giving changes to things that don't need changes, and then they're nerfing everything else. Dragonite is still going to be very powerful, though. Nightblade does seem to make itself through the patches. That's just because of the premise of it, though. For PvP, it's very strong. Like, stealth is really powerful in this game. They put Sork in the ground for no reason. Sork already struggles as it is with, you know, survivability. But what ZeniMax is trying to do, they deleted Sorks and destroyed Warden. PvE at least. Ugh. Yeah. So those changes to Subterranean Assault are confusing, dude. I get a headache from thinking about it. Oh yeah, he does. Rich does play Nightblade. He plays Nightblade and he likes to use bow and arrow on it. That's why Poison Injection. That's why Poison Injection has not changed in like how long has it been since we've gotten a change to this ability? Like it's been the same for over a year. He loves his Poison Injection apparently. I don't think the devs play their game enough. They don't play this game enough. It is funny though, yeah, that is pretty funny. Pointing it out just... Is there anything else I want to enjoy before they remove it from the game because they're going to nerf everything? I might want to play my bonk build a little bit more. And people have been telling me to go check out my one-shot bow blade with Oaken Soul and place. Oh, that's right. What am I going to do for my bow build now that Cowrians is getting gutted? Ugh. It's interesting. I gotta think about that. Werewolf got a little bit of a change, but... Sup, Hood? Welcome. Yeah, I know. Like, that nerf to Cowrians, they could have at least had some honor and, you know, put it in the patch notes, but they didn't. I don't know why. There's a bunch of other things that probably got shadow nerfed that we just haven't figured out about yet. But that's a good question. Red Mountain won't work like you want it to if you're going to play a bow spec like that. You might just need to... So what we're losing with Cowrians is we're losing a little bit of crit chance and we're losing a lot of just burst damage. Because the projectile itself is where the majority of your damage comes from. What's that other set that people are like, oh, you use this on bow, it's pretty good. It's like, I don't remember what it's called, DLC Dungeon. It's... I don't remember what it's called. It's like you summon a little thing and then it bunks people or something. I'm not good at this. Whatever it is, I don't have enough pieces for it. I don't know. I'll have to figure it out. Maybe we can look. Well, we're in queue. We're in queue. Icy. Applying a minor debuff to your enemy summons a non-reflectable ice wraith that will charge into your enemy, dealing X amount of frost damage over 10 seconds. Honestly, we might end up dropping Cowrians for Icy. Yeah, that's the one. It's called Scavenging Demise. I don't know what dungeon it's in, but this, like, that will charge into your enemy. I need to test this on the PTS because I don't know how it works. But depending on what it does will determine whether or not I use it. Because this hits hard. This hits slightly harder than No, no, that's damage over time. We want all the burst up front. Still, that's a big dot for 10 seconds. Use Plague Break. There it is. Scavenging Demise, Depths of Moltar. You deal critical poison damage. Critical poison damage. Oh dear. We don't have access to that. Yeah, that build is going to take a big nerf. There's something else we could do though. We could. Well, they're changing heavy attacks, so that wouldn't work either. That build might just fall off like my Nighthawk. It might just not be viable anymore. It might just just completely get nuked. None of the new sets would do anything for it. The closest thing that you could get is if you put Red Mountain on it. If you put Red Mountain on it, you'd have the same damage, but you probably wouldn't be able to kill who you're aiming for. Corrosive Dolmesh is difficult. It doesn't want to work. You have to have your opponent stunned, taunted, or whatever in order to get it to work. And the only way to do that is have a taunt on them, really. It's a funny set. Of course, because Red Mountain's off-brand Calrians. It's always been relatively powerful, but not until the current meta where you need like a lot of burst damage to kill your opponent has like people really started catching on to this set. That's why it's kind of popping back up. Because people are really tanky and they're looking for extra burst. This build, though, will be fine when the patch comes out, because it's getting buffed, and we can just drop Calrians for Red Mountain, because most of the time we're going to be standing on top of our target anyways when we hit them, so... He doesn't gank the pet. Whoa, that's a lot of mines. Should have heard that coming. Cast any counter. They need to fix these target out of range bugs on a lot of abilities. Half the abilities you want to work don't actually work because your target's out of range or something. So if you get a lobby that, you know, isn't completely overrun with DKs with open soul and, you know, 1-bar pocket healers. Yeah, we're running Flame Blossoming Calrian. Come around this way. We get like 2 months. We get like 2 months before the new update comes. You gonna toss your flame? Toss your flame. I don't need stealth to kill you. I got proc sets, dude. Unlike these guys that just corrosive spam all day. But, you know, people who use these builds aren't very good at the game, and that's why they use the builds that they use. Because they're not very good at the game, so... What do you expect? Their corrosive runs out and they're not able to get carried by their ultimate, they just die. Not very difficult to counter, because, like I said, the players that use those builds only have one trick, and you just need to avoid it for long enough. Though I am appreciative that Oakensoul has given people the confidence to walk into PvP. That is a good thing, in my opinion. I like that. I like that it's giving people confidence to walk into PvP. That's something we've been missing from this game for a little bit. But they're relying on it too much, so let's see. build is really just casual. What am I getting hit by? Excuse me? You did not dodge that. Nope, you did not dodge that. That spec bow hit him, and then he roll dodged after it hit him, and then it's a dodge. Oh, that's my favorite part. You really think I'm gonna walk into your flare like that? What is this freaking lag? Are you gonna see that? Holy moly, that's bad. That performance screwed me over so hard. I'm okay with the nerf to Cowrians. Like, it's kind of getting what it deserves, but when you remove something from the mainstream, normally something else pops up that's a little bit worse.
Curse them, they've taken the point.
And that'll probably be Flame Blossom. Stage 3 and stacking moves. Yeah, tanks aren't going anywhere. You should ask. Oh my gosh, I'm getting desynced into oblivion. It doesn't matter what the community tries to do, whether, you know, we want to change for this patch or not. Max ain't gonna fix the thing.
They took the point.
Oh, my frames, where are they gone? Where have they gone? Holy. Like, I'll still take this patch over what we're getting next patch, though, because this patch is actually okay. Right. Compared to what we're getting next patch. Can I switch bars? Whoa. If you don't fight back, you're just gonna get yourself. Because this patch you can actually play it and kill people. Next patch, no one's gonna die. Next patch, you're gonna lose a lot of your in-game population. If I can find another game that I genuinely enjoy playing, I'll probably end up making just videos about it. May even try and, like, Ninja was recommending trying For Honor. I think that could be fun. I could even move to PvE, but I don't know if I want to give ZeniMax, you know, all that. Filling soldiers. They need to make it so you can jump over mines. I think that'd be pretty cool. Nice. I still can't hit. Not even with blank range. Think you want me to test the PTS? I know earlier. Yeah, Grim. I have the PTS for myself, but one thing I didn't test, like, I want to test it and see if it still works, is if you can cast Crushing Weapon while in stealth. If you can test that for me, I'd be very appreciative of it. Because you can't cast Crystal Weapon while you're hidden anymore. It'll pull you out of stealth. I don't know why they made that change, and it's killing my Nighthawk, and I hate the fact that it's doing that, but if they're doing that to Crystal Weapon, then what does that say about, you know, Crushing Weapon or those morphs? It's just concerning. Grim, have you made a video? You know, you haven't made a video on your thoughts about the patch. That'd be interesting. What are your thoughts on the patch so far? Like, what you've seen? I'm pretty sure everyone's on the same page, though, when it comes to the patch. It's not healthy for this game at all. I had a little bit of lag. I'm gonna reload UI. / reload UI. Boop, bop, boop. It's big critical. I'm getting very hungry. Munch, munch. Still lagging. Really strange. And yet another combat rework for this team. It is strange. I've been saying it all stream. Like this, what we're getting from update 35 makes me really appreciate the patch that we're in right now. Like what's on the live server. I really enjoy this patch. After having played around on the PTS yesterday, this server is the next patch, update 35, makes this patch look like the best patch ever. Basically. How bad it is. I'm not sure if I'm going to be playing ESO after that, though. It's just, that's too dramatic of a change. I can adapt and overcome, sure, but they might have taken it too far this time. No one is going to die in PvP, and you're not going to be able to deal enough damage in bursts anymore to kill someone. They may just be trying in-game, tried messing with it. Tried? You mean tired of in-game? I don't know. ZeniMax's mindset on what they're doing with this update is just concerning. All around concerning. Come on. That's my fault. He swapped to it. As we spent the better part of like an hour at the beginning of the stream just talking about the changes and reflecting on it. I even did some tests, which I'm probably going to end up using in my video that I'm going to make about this. This needs to, like... I wish I could do more. But the most I can offer is a video and then just pray about it. Like, seriously. As much as we can do. But that's not going to stop me from enjoying the rest of this patch. No. We could even go ahead and get really crazy with it and go ahead and toss on Red Mountain and start messing with that, because that could be fun. How many Red Mountain swords? I have Red Mountain swords collected, but I have to reconstruct the entire thing. Bruh, watch. I end up reconstructing Red Mountain in place of Calrians, you know, to prepare for next patch, and then they nerf Red Mountain on the PTS. Woo! That would be something, wouldn't it? Spell damage, stam, and crit chance. We're gonna lose some crit chance. We're also gonna lose, like, maybe, possibly 2k damage. With crushing weapon element will pull you from stealth. They do? They pull you out of stealth now? Oh, rip ganks, dude. Rip ganks. Ganking is dead. That is going to get talked about. That needs to get talked about. Because they did the same thing to crystal weapon. That is ridiculous. Now my bow build is not even viable anymore. That is yet another build that I can cross off the list of things that are not going to work next patch. 3 accounts, 42 characters. Conquest. See nerf to Cowrians. Yeah, it feels more. It's not. It doesn't even feel like a. It feels like there's more of a damage reduction than just 50%. I've seen it. It's crazy. I wish I could understand why ZeniMax like thinks that new players aren't, you know, able to do as much. Grim, have you looked at the light attack damage? Yeah, we can't even save the Nighthawk by putting on crushing weapon now. We can't even. We can't. He can't gank anymore using any of those abilities. Now it's all just Night Blades and surprise attacks. What you do to Zos, it like they destroying your builds. Yes, it's got a really low tooltip. What do you mean, Kevin? Feels like you can use it. I can see Cowrians getting nerfed. Like I said, I'm fine with Cowrians getting adjusted. It's been really, really powerful and overtuned for quite some time. But it's just unnecessary to remove, like, the fact that casting Crushing Weapon, Crystal Weapon, and that pulls you out of stealth now, that's too much. And that's a shadow nerf to those abilities as well. Because where are those used primarily, right? Where are those used primarily? They affect all of my builds because I really enjoy messing with stealth on a lot of builds. Stealth is fun. It adds another layer of complexity to PvP. Yeah, and that's all we get. You hit for 2k on a light attack, right? You hit for a flat 2k. We did some tests at the beginning of the stream, and basically your weapon damage or spell damage needs to be at exactly 2k in order to hit for what you're hitting for on the PTS. So if you strip down all your gear, you take off every single piece of equipment, right, and you do a light attack and a heavy attack on a dummy, that's basically the damage that you get with light and heavy attacks now. Because on a fully kitted out build, right, fully functioning, so like what we got now with 4k weapon damage, buff up, come out of stealth, get our buffs ticking, right, 6k weapon damage, like, we're gonna hit someone for... We're going to hit an ad in PvE for like 8k on a non-crit with a light attack or a heavy attack, right? And of course that scales up because of stealth and crit damage. It's more than a 10% nerf like they claimed it would be. It is so much more than just 10%. It is so much more than 10%. Because what's your average weapon damage for a build nowadays? Your average weapon damage for any kind of build is like 5.5k. Alright? So that's roughly about, you know, 6k damage on a light attack, right? They nerfed bow passives? They didn't touch bow. The only thing they did was like increase volley in the duration of it and how much damage it deals. That's about it. Just asked, I've advertised twice. I didn't see any nerfs to passives, let me check, yeah. There's a bunch of stuff that they did not mention on the PTS patch notes that have actually been changed. A lot of shadow nerfs have just gone out. No, wardens are fine. They're getting buffed. I just needed one more spin. Can you replace crushing weapon with silver shards? Fighter skill ability. You could, but the value of crushing weapon is you can stun people from stealth. With silver shards, you cannot stun anyone from stealth. There's no stunning someone from stealth anymore with a bow and arrow. It's not possible for you to stun someone from stealth anymore with a bow and arrow because of that small change. That change has kind of just completely killed bow builds, like stealthy stabby bow builds. It's huge. Oh, that's just a small change. Here. Alright, I can't even heavy attack. I legit can't press any buttons. They're nerfing stuff in the Fighters Guild. I still can't heavy attack. What is wrong with this guy? I can't even light attack. I can't even light attack. I can't even press my abilities. This is great. This is great. This is great. See, this is not the light attacks and you know, buffs and the duration on them is not the issue, Zenimax. It's not the issue. Your game and its poor functionality is the issue. Why people can't do good damage is because you can't cast abilities and use things when you need to. So nerfing damage for everyone is your solution? I don't understand. It's just pointless. It's just reckless slaughter of this game. Yes, really, bro? Immediately into a Dawnbreaker?
Yes! We've taken the relic!
They're focusing on the wrong issues. That Dawnbreaker
They have the
ridiculous.
relic! Get after them! They've got the relic!
That Dawnbreaker is absolutely ridiculous. Finish the job, my man. There we go. It's just unclear what ZeniMax's intentions are because they also don't give us good updates. When they do give us good updates or like something, the most that they do is just a bunch of word salad, as people refer to it. It's just you gotta sift through a bunch of it and then you have to just take what the moral of it, all of it is. And they're very vague about their intentions. I don't understand. I wonder how much time I spent reworking jabs and rapid strikes animations rather than creating a new tutorial for players. And for what you get with those new animations and how horrible they are, like they're just disgusting to look at. Like, I don't like the look of those new animations at all. Oh yeah, too much time. I'm not gonna do it. Oh, I'll understand this. Here's the thing though, you can still get dots to tick every second if you have enough of them, because they're not all going to tick at the exact same time. They're going to tick based on when you applied them every 2 seconds, so dots are still going to be very powerful. In fact, they're probably going to be even more dangerous because they last for so long and you don't even have to manage them anymore. You just slot like 2 dots and then like 1 poison on your weapon, and then just apply it every 20 or so seconds. Dots are going to be very powerful next match. Because they're just going to wear you out of resources and... like, a purge is almost necessary next match. That's why they're introducing the sets that they're introducing as the new PvP sets. Because of the changes to dots and all that.
Shields at the ready! Protect the relic!
Why did I hide
Shields at the ready! Protect the relic!
it? Why are you still alive?
Grab that relic! Fast!
Supposedly this is a good chain. Yeah. Right. Alright, I'm desync so hard, holy moly. It's just, even though I'm getting cheesed over by bad performance and just, you know, general cheesy builds that just utilize OpenSoul to spam ultimates, like, I can enjoy this patch now that I know what's coming next. Like, I can genuinely enjoy playing this game, even through bad performance, because I know how bad it's going to be next patch. Even if they fix performance, for the consoles and all that, and they come out with this patch, I'm still not going to play this game. Probably not as much as I do. They even need to retire. Just because of how bad the patch is going to be.
We've captured the relic!
Like, this time it's not performance that's the issue, it's just the patch is going to be horrible. And then you tack on bad performance on top of that. No one is going to play this game.
Gales of Akatosh! They have the relic!
When they keep tinkering like this and going down this path, thinking it's a good idea, they're gonna put themselves in a place that's gonna be unforgivable, and this game is just not gonna be able to recover. My spec Pokemon. You're dead. Like, I'm not joking. There's a point in this game where people are just gonna say enough is enough, and they're just not gonna play it anymore. And I'm pretty much at that
Get
point.
that relic back! By the scales of Akatosh! They have the relic!
I really don't need your freaking heal bot to help you out. I just need one more spin. I have literally no reason. Oh, and I'm desynced. Lovely. Lovely. Perfect. That guy took so long to kill me because his damage is trash that he did 17k Burning Light. This man is rubber banding so hard. Like, I don't know where his character actually is because he's look at him, look at him. What is that? What is that? What set are you running that's letting you teleport around the map like that? I need information. So it's a new secret set that lets you teleport around the map. Interesting, interesting. Gonna be a new meta set right here, please. I killed myself. New meta set lets you teleport around the map. Like, even though performance is absolutely abysmal, and we're not even in prime time yet, we're not even close because it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon here. It's a feature, some sort of new skill or something called glitch. You know, they just add a new skill called glitch. That's probably going to be the name of the new class when they add one too. Need to buy more crown crates. Yep. I can kill people just fine. I can't do that while performance doesn't work. But I'm willing to suffer through performance, like I said, because I know what patch is coming next. PvP is just not going to be fun at all to play. PvP's not going to be fun to play next time. Go play something else after this. Go play a Meta DK, maybe? I don't know. Could go back to the Nighthawk. What are you doing? Why are you bullying me? What is this? Time to go no CP. That's what I'm probably gonna do when mid-year comes around. Is we're gonna slap on Oaken Soul, and then we're just gonna go do no CP. We're not even gonna put any other gear on. We're just gonna go in there unarmed with Oaken Soul, and we're just gonna punch people to death. Maybe like Hunding's Rage and Juliano's, and then you just go in there and punch people. I think that'd be good. And guess what? I finally farmed over the weekend. What is this, Kevin? You finally farmed Calrians? Finally got Calrians? Yup. Yep. Okay, we're gonna go play something else. Maybe Dragonite for a minute. I want to go play with that. So. Variety. Variety is the spice of life. Yes. Keep reading. I do not have this, honestly. I figured. Cinemax isn't good at timing things. I hate blaming the company. Like, I hate talking bad about ZeniMax, right? I don't enjoy it. I don't get anything from it. But like, I can be critical about what they do. I can be critical and I can critique what they do and give my opinion on it. Even if it seems a bit harsh. Yeah, we're gonna have to enjoy the next few weeks. This game is not gonna last very long. I'm probably gonna have to work on the video some more today. I got all the footage from the PTS I think I need for the video I want to make, but I'm going to make a video and it's going to be about the changes, like I said, on my community tab for this new DLC and update 35. Waste resources, golding equipment. I haven't. I still haven't golded out my Calrian's equipment. I have Flame Blossom gold because I found this in a vendor at one point, so this was in the golden at one point, so I bought it. It was gold.
Hear ye, card sharps and collectors. Test your wits and courage in a brand new card game, Tales of Tribute.
Alright, we're gonna go play DK for a little bit. Sorry about the lawnmower outside. Nothing I can do. Games like this ruin it for lesser players. World of Warcraft used to be awesome way back in the day. They made it simple. They keep trying to cater to people that aren't going to play their game for too long.
Hear ye, card
the whole point of an MMO,
like
the design philosophy of an MMO is to attract players into the game and have enough features and repetitive processes that are a lot of fun in order to keep players involved in the game as long as possible. So that way, when you make something new, you make a new cosmetic or whatever, people will buy it because they're invested into the game and it's something they enjoy doing. But right now, I don't know. But yeah. Right, we're gonna put this together. We're not gonna use Oaken Soul because Oaken Soul takes no skill to use. Okay, where is... that might be on my Sorky Porky. Possibly. Is it in the bank? Is it in the bank? Probably might be in the bank. It is. Okay. What about the trainee Curious? Curious of the trainee. Nope, it's not in here. I have Jack. The other thing that you'll find a lot of if you play the PTS and you mess around with it, there's way too many missing textures, specifically on the new items. Like they forgot a lot of textures in their game. There's a lot of missing textures, and I'm not joking when I say that. I don't even know. Like, even so, like, look, okay, let me explain something. I'll show you. So, on the PTS, right, you don't normally set up an outfit for your character or any of that, unless you, like, want a hardcore roleplay or something like I do for my videos. So I have, like, a character with an outfit so you guys can tell it's me. Like, that's the only time. But normally on the PTS, when you're just kind of testing stuff and you're just tossing things around and putting it on the build to test it, you don't set up an outfit because you don't really feel like you have the time to do that, and it's not very necessary because you're not trying to entertain anyone except figure out what to do with the game. Wait a minute. Give me a second. I want to show you. I'll show you a piece that is missing a texture in a minute. Not currently on the live server. It's fine on the live server. But on the PTS, it's missing a texture. And it's the Curious of the Trainee in the Khajiit style. It's missing a texture. I can even show you just by putting on the outfit itself. But I figure if I just remove the outfit, you guys should be able to see it. So, like, right now, this is what it looks like, right? So, I have a Khajiit style. This is all just kind of gear tossed together from over time, right? Khajiit style on the trainee, right? So, you see those two side thigh pauldrons that are, like, guarding the thighs of my character? Those are missing. And you see those little glove things, like, where they go into the glove? Those little arms that wrap around my arms? Those are just completely black. They're not even rendered in. And it's just on one Khajiit style. I don't even know what the other, like, style motifs look like. And that's just one example. All the new monster sets and, like, the new gear set styles are just... They're just pitch black. They have no texture whatsoever. Like, and their priority is still light attacks and buff duration. Right. Okay. That's not the right food. That just shows you the state of ESO. Like, I can even go to show you. You guys, if you caught my stream a while back, you'll know what you know where I'm about to go. But get some potions first. I've been enjoying Dragonite because it's really powerful. It's a lot of fun, but it takes like no skill to use. So there's that. How's our double dot poisons looking? Kind of pretty. Basically, the textures on a lot of the items in the PTS are just... Go on, I'll show you right now. Well, that's PlayStation 4. PlayStation 4, like, this game is too big to be on last gen. So you see this massive blob of missing texture? It's just void. It's like a void. That's what all the missing textures on the PTS look like. They're just void. Just dark black like that. It's just a void. That's what all the missing textures on the PTS look like. I am getting really hungry. I might need to go get a snack in a minute. I tested DK on the PTS, so this build that's put together, I tested it, and it's okay. It'll still do what it's designed to do. It's not going anywhere. It's getting a little bit of a buff with Whip, but Vigor is getting nerfed really, really hard on this build, so you're not healing for as much as you are. Like, yeah, you get no healing. This is unbuffed, and my Vigor's healing me for 3k per tick right now. Well, that's kind of just a PlayStation. Oh yeah. I was gonna show you. So check out the healing. I'll just put it in a reference because I remember the numbers pretty well. So this is our healing with. Oh, we have. Never mind. We have whatever it's called. Not mending, vitality. Okay, so this is the numbers of Vigor at base, right? 2, 9, 4, 7. Unbuffed. Okay, let's buff up. Let's get that going. 3, 6, 3, 3, okay? With these exact same buffs on the PTS, I am just breaking 2k healing in PvE. With this and rally up, I am just barely getting over 2k healing per second with Vigor. Our weapon damage is almost 5k. Not really. When we get stacks and all that of Okay, still not 5k, but you get the point. Your healing on Vigor is really reduced, and there's a good chance people will consider running something else. You get Resolve, so you can kind of get away with it as an armor buff now, but a lot of class armor buffs that aren't in the Necromancer, you know, they don't need the Resolve that Vigor will give. I'd much rather have the increased healing power that Vigor gives rather than have it as an armor buff. It's just beyond me why this change seems to, like, they feel like this change is necessary. I feel like there's a part of the build that I am missing. It's high either. So resist. It's okay. I don't know where my damage is going though. I'm used to having a little bit more. Maybe champion points? Ooh. It's better. No fires killed. Ferocious. Sorry guys, I'm just checking my build. Feels a little off. Defensive CPs. I do a lot of battlegrounds with this build. I could do open world, but these are fine. Maybe it's just a strong. Let's see what the stacks is. I'm still unsure of like, oh, what the heck? It's supposed to be like 18k. What happened to this build? Still really strong. Weapon damage loses a little bit if you do that. I guess. But I don't think I'm crazy when I say I lost a little bit of weapon damage somewhere else. And I'm trying to figure out where it went. 5-piece trickery, 5-piece of plague break on the front. Yes. Dead Dealer, Swift, weapon damage, weapon damage, weapon damage. I think it's fine. I think the changes to Molten Whip next patch are really good. Like, Dragonite is still going to be the king of PvP next patch because of the dot changes, so you only need to apply, like, look. You can do that, right? And you'll apply your breath to them, and you can do that. But that's going to last for 24 seconds between both of them, right? It's really ridiculous. And then you're also getting the change to Molten Whip. It's not going to hit as hard, but your sustain with this ability is going to be ridiculous. Like, you're going to be just fine. I still haven't figured out, like, the stacking thing of it, so increase your weapon and spell damage by 75 for 10 seconds, up to 3 stacks based on the abilities that you cast. I'm still trying to figure out if that is like a constant, because even at 3 stacks it still consumes the Seething Fury, so maybe it's a bug or it's just not showing up, but there's no separate tracker for that. So I don't know. But Dragonite's not going anywhere, it's still the king of PvP. Even with the Oaken Soul. Need to watch my magic. not have the infinite magics. I'm not keeping my buffs up because of like, oh, I use open sometimes. The funny part is though, they're adjusting the duration of damage over time stuff. So like dots and debuffs, those adjustments to those kind of skills, they're getting a more duration. But things like armor buffs and, you know, things that you normally keep up in order to give yourself more power, those are not changing much. It's like 2 changes to like 2 abilities, and that's about it. Rally staying the same, and your armor buff is staying the same, mostly. I think, I can't remember what it is, but one armor buff is getting changed. Up there. Might be. No, it's not. I don't know. I have to look at it again. But yes, yes, yes. Are you in a battleground? Queue times next patch are probably going to be much longer too, from all the people that are going to probably step away from the game. Because of the changes. ZeniMax sure knows how to upset people. A lot of people I've been reading comments in some of the videos that people have made about these changes, and a lot of the people that are supporting like these changes are like, "Oh, this is a good change for the game." Their train of thought is, "Oh, you're just GG Nightwood." Yeah, also for sure. Oh yeah, you gonna miss Mark, but yeah, it's whatever. You can remove Mark and then just put Unhealthy Offering instead. But like I was saying, their train of thought, the people that agree with these changes, is, oh, you're just complaining because you just want to be toxic because you don't like the way that ZeniMax is doing their game and all that. And you know, I think the changes are good, and you're just toxic because you don't like the changes. It's not that people don't like the changes. Don't get that wrong. But people aren't doing that to be toxic. People that give feedback like that and that seems negative, people are giving criticism of a game that they genuinely care about. They're not doing it to be toxic. Unless you're gonna have a few trolls in there, but don't let those trolls set apart everyone else. You know? Killer's Blade. Yeah, Killer's Blade is on point now with Beam. It's not going to be as good as Beam because Beam is channeled and you can tick multiple times, but, you know, it's going to be strong. Magblade might even be able to make a comeback because of that change ability. Am I really going to snipe him out of the danger?
Snatch the ball back! Quick!
I'm going to see Serpent's Coil. Yeah, it's 400%.
Hey, they dropped the ball!
Under 50% health, yeah, so now it has a scaling.
Pick up the ball!
The fact that it scales and you can pick the Impale Morph means Magblades can probably make it. Rally's not ready? What do you mean? Rally is ready. Bruh. It took my rally away. We've been stealing all my kills.
Quickly, grab the ball! We must get...
Another 1-bar DK. What do you know?
They dropped the ball! Snatch the ball back! Quick!
I am failing to keep up a lot of my buffs. Even I can tell that.
Quickly, grab the ball! They have the ball! Divines aid us!
That guy took no damage from my lead. None. 0. Oh dear. I'm not even keeping my buffs up. They're making it harder for everyone. Like, I understand they want to make the game more approachable to new players and all that, but what you should do at that point, ZeniMax, is you should promote the community aspect of this game, which is where people learn how to play it. Oh, well. Yeah, I do so many heavy attacks. Like, heavy attacks are good for nothing now. They're not even good for damage anymore. They're just good for getting resources back. That's about it. All that they're good for now.
Don't give up!
Oh, I use Vigor and I hit freaking. Imagine if this game actually worked. I mean, it's a lot better than what we're getting next patch, so I can tolerate some of that. I mean, that was not an issue on console. It happened a couple times on console, but if you were playing something like Battlegrounds, not as much. And we also got Sea Serpent's Coil, which a lot of people use, so that just negates that big hit. I can't even heavy attack, dude. Great game design. I'm trying to switch bars and it won't let me. I can stomach this bad performance, like I said, because I know what's coming next patch is just going to be even worse. I can't even cast my skills now, but that's why I stopped playing in the first place.
Divine save us! The ball has been dropped!
If ZeniMax would fix performance, maybe they wouldn't need to actually fix everything else in their game. Because the reason no one can do light attacks or weave, and the other reason that people, you know, struggle with their skills and their abilities, is because the game lags. It just lags. That's a reality of it. If they upgraded their servers and, you know, reworked some of the code so it wouldn't be as cluttered and focused on the gameplay aspect of the game, they wouldn't need to do any of these changes. These things are well, I gotta go. Yes, I will. Bathroom break really quick. Yes. Okie dokie. Dum dum. We'll play one more and then we'll go back to the Nighthawk because this build isn't really going anywhere. The only thing that's changing about it is, you know, the fact that Plague Break is getting adjusted. And the nerf to Plague Break isn't even that bad, to be honest. Like, it's very honest, is what I'm saying. I agree Plague Break is very powerful. The fact that you can keep it up all the time is what really pushes the set as far as it is pushed, right? So, like, as soon as it's done cooling down on this target, I can apply it again. Now there's a 10-second buffer in between that, so you're not going to have pressure up all the time on someone. But you can also now apply it from one attack. So one attack can apply Plague Break to multiple people at once. So if I were to Noxus Trap both of these guys, Plague Break would only proc on one of them, then Plague Break would proc on the other. Right? So, but they're also increasing the bomb damage of it, so when it explodes, they're increasing it by 3%, which is a lot if you're looking at big numbers of bombs. But I'm okay with the Plague Break cooldown. It switches things up. It makes it interesting. How long have we been streaming for? 2 hours? Almost 3? Don't know when I'll cut the stream off. I do want to finish working on the conclusion for, you know, update 35. I don't know if it's not really. It's gonna be like, I don't know if it counts as a rant video. Probably not. It's just talking about the update. If I were to give my opinions and that were the entire base of the video of it, then maybe. We'll play Nighthawk after this, and then we'll see what we're gonna be. If we can get in a battleground sometime today, there you go. Sometime. I mean, not a lot of people are on business days. Listen. I should ask you guys if there's anything else you want me to mess with on the PTS. Find some new bugs. Guaranteed more textures are just gonna disappear from the map. Oh boy. It's my favorite part. Crazy King, huh? Lovely. Alright, boys, here we go. I gotta make sure to keep my buffs up. Because I don't have my armor buff up a lot of the time. I've been letting that fall off. Let it slip for a little bit. Lovely decent, my favorite. Yep, double molten whip and a leap for good measure. Yes, yes. Oh, my man's got sea serpents. He's got sea serpents. What's up, Mad Wolf? Welcome. We're just talking about the new update. Actually, killing it. Yep. What is that cheese? What is that cheese? My leap did no damage to that guy. Got me considering just not playing this game anymore. After a certain point, you can only take so much. Start convergence. I was in mist form. What do you mean? Bruh, I was in mist form so hard, dude. Ugh. Well, you see, here's the thing, Mad Wolf. Like, I appreciate this patch so much more now because of how bad it's going to become next patch. I did a lot of testing on the PTS yesterday. I got a lot of footage that I needed, and ESO is going to die next patch if the patch goes live, like they're planning on letting it go live, right? And they're gonna force it to go live, whether or not people want it to go live. Because why else would you private or close the discussion board for the newest update if you didn't want to receive feedback on it. I mean, that's just enough evidence in and of itself telling you the direction that this is going.
On to the new capture point! Horrible, they've secured the point!
Alright. No stam whatsoever. Can I switch bars? I can't even switch bars. How am I supposed to get to my heels on my back bar if I can't switch bars, dude? It's pathetic. I can deal with this, like I've been saying it all stream. I can deal with a little bit of bad performance because I'm gonna miss this game when they go through with the patch. I'm gonna miss it. It's a shame they have to disrespect this game like they do. Like, there are the right kind of bugs to fix in this game, and then, like, they're just going about it. No, Man Wolf, that's the thing. I don't think, like, no matter how much pushback they receive from the community, I think they're still going to go through with the change. Like, regardless of what people want. There's a reason they closed the discussion board for the most recent patch notes. I'll leave it at that. There's a reason you cannot reply or comment on the newest patch notes.
Praise to the blinds! We've captured the point!
Big reason. Personal pocket heal? Okay, it's not gonna save me from getting desynced though by whatever the heck that was. Yeah. Even if I can't play this game, you know. You have to come up here to one at a time, preferably. Yes. You're still immune to CC? What is this? Bruh. I honestly don't know where I go. I've played ESO for so long that that's the really difficult part. I'd probably have to move to some sort of PC game or something. Or just play a bunch of games on, like, you know, Steam or something, or check out free games. Do fun things.
They secured the point!
Part of the day. My favorite part of the day right here. Yes, yes. Come back. Come back. I'm not done with you. Come here. Come here. Come here. Oh, that's unfortunate. Oh, that's unfortunate. There's just no other game like ESO. Like, the creativity and freedom that I get when I make videos when it comes to ESO is like no other. Like, I can put my character in situations that I couldn't do if, like, I was in some other MMO game, right? I can get different angles and I can mess around with other things. I can create skits just fine.
Defiance wrath. They've captured the point.
And I also have my own established character, you know? But... all other games just don't they don't quite do that. Just jump, you idiot. Double leap.
Yes, the point is ours. Defiance wrath. They've captured
It really
the point.
depends on what you guys want to see, probably. What I enjoy playing and what you guys would like me to do. When we can find an agreement, then that would be the content that I do.
They took the point.
Because I'm not going to do things I don't enjoy. And I don't want to make content for you guys that you aren't going to enjoy much. Can I move? Buy more time first. I ain't getting this game no more. This game already got enough of my dad good money. Giving them no more. I'm about to find something. Because the community aspect of YouTube is what's most important to me. It's what I've come to enjoy the most. Right? Interacting with you guys and, you know, making silly videos. That's fun. Now that my leap is bugged, you just start talking shit. Man's on a stand-in. No respect for that. But it's just Dragonite's too good. Stop. Stop the bullet.
Magnificently seize the point! The point? We captured it!
Can't heavy attack. So.
To the new point. Praise the defiance. We've captured the point.
The point's moved! Almost your whip! They've captured the point!
How much longer is that block gonna hold for, bro?
Point is moved.
They've secured the point! Almost straight! We've
Stop.
captured the point!
To the new point.
Believe me, if ESO would function properly and I could enjoy this game again, and they wouldn't go through with these changes that they're making, I would be working really hard on being a very good content creator for this game. But there's just no reason to make videos for this game if I don't enjoy the game part of this game. I am not moving to the card game. Nope, nope, nope. Nope, nope, nope. Okay, we're gonna go play now. Yes, yes. No, don't do that, no. I am not playing Tales of Tribute. Nope, 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 nope. Tales of Tribute's just... Come on. At this point, even if they reworked Battlegrounds, you know, and they gave it the Tales of Tribute ranking system and all that, right? And at that point it became very, very approachable, and like, you know, you got really good rewards for participating in Battlegrounds. But they still went through with the changes that they're proposing for this newest update, for Update 35. I still probably wouldn't play the game. You guys might need to excuse me. I gotta go deal with a barking dog. Bark one more time.
Switch in 3, 2, 1.
Okay. Everything is good.
Switch in 3.
Let me get the bait out of the bank though. That'll help. We're using a mall before. The bunk build. We could even put the bunk build together. That would be fun.
I feel ready for the battlegrounds now.
They were nerfing the rewards from that too. They're removing a lot of the trash stuff that you get, like all the filler items. It's like basically if you were to buy the crown crates, and instead of getting potions every single time you open a crown crate, you would just get all the fun cosmetics. That's basically it. I like the card game for a little bit, but once I learn how to play it and you compare it to other actual card games that exist, it's really shallow. It's not worth playing. Have you ever heard of Inscription? That game? That's a card game. I know. I understand that. Like that is a fun card game. Okay, I haven't played it, but I've seen plenty of other people play it, and that looks like a fun card game. But when it comes to whatever ESO came up with, they rely on RNG in order to be good. You can't build your deck, and there's no collecting actual cards that, you know, can help you. Like, if you could build your own deck, and you could, like, set cards that you didn't have to pull from the very middle to get, right? And you didn't have to continuously rely on RNG and hope that your opponent didn't take the card that you wanted, then the game would be fun. Collect the cards. Collecting the cards is the fun part, and now they're like, oh, card packs. Yeah, that's where it's at. Card packs are where it's at. Not collecting the cards themselves. No, card packs. And don't worry, because even if you don't have the pack, you can still use your opponent's cards that they've earned. I think if it was a deck building game, like an actual deck building game where you go out in the world and you get cards for your deck and then you play them properly and you get things that can synergize well with each other, then I think the game kills a tribute. But that's where they went wrong. I don't know what they could do to fix it because I'm not a card game connoisseur or whatever. I'm already lagging. I am walking this way. Get away. This Nighthawk is so much fun, and I'm just upset that they're nerfing it into the ground. Like, the changes that they made are a direct nerf to this build. Like, it is so specific. It is so specific. It is so specific. On what this build utilizes in order to get kills, like, it is suspiciously specific. Basically. I can't do that next patch. That's not even going to be an option next patch. Even if you multiply that damage by 3, right? Even if you multiply that damage by 3, and you give it a crit, like it crits too, and you have the crit, and you hit the crit cap. It's not enough damage to kill anything. You can't even one tap an ad anymore. I'm pretty sure. I have my own little theory about it, where all of the people that make these changes go through and they look at build videos on YouTube for PvP, and they're like, okay, what are we gonna nerf today? And they just go through, they look at builds, and they're like, okay, well, this seems to be performing well, and he's having a lot of fun playing it. Let's get rid of that. Remove something from the game. I missed. How did I miss that, Don't know. Can I get away with this? Yeah. Wouldn't surprise me if they're still doing stuff like that. You want to know the other thing that they did that they didn't talk about in the patch notes that I've been going on about all day when it comes to Crystal Weapon and Elemental Weapon? Like, ganking from stealth is dead with those two. You want to know why? Because whenever you... So, like, right now, I could do this, right? I can cast Crystal Weapon, and it's not going to pull me out of stealth. Well, you already know where I'm going with this. Now, on the PTS, if you cast Crystal Weapon or Elemental Weapon from stealth, it pulls you out of stealth. You can't cast this and remain hidden anymore. You can't do this and remain hidden. Nope. Casting it makes you automatically detected. Now it's equivalent to something like casting Vigor from stealth. Like, look, when I cast it, it says detected. That's what Crystal Weapon does now. It acts like an AoE ability for some reason, even though it's a single target ability. It doesn't make sense why they do that. Like, and I'm the only person that would really notice that kind of change, other than some people who use, you know. I just hit someone random from stealth. I did. This is great. But that change is just too specific for it to not be a coincidence. You know what I mean? Is too specific. Stop. Jack. Stop. It's a shame too, because this is probably the most fun you'll have on a build once you figure out how to play it properly. They also, yeah, they changed Dark Deal, and now you get basically no sustain from it. You get no sustain from it. It takes a little bit to explain, but you'll feel it if you're on the PTS. Like, you can feel it. So what they're doing is they're increasing, like, right now it's 20 seconds, right? It's already 20 seconds? Hold on, what? 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 It's already 20 seconds?
Pick up the ball! Now!
They're reducing the overall value of stamina that you're getting from this and increasing the cost of it. It's a nerf across the board, right? But it's just so much worse on the PTS. I didn't realize it was already over 20 seconds. I thought it was over 10 seconds. But you could feel the sustained difference. They remove, like, what? Stop. Stop. Jack. Stop. 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 Jack, I will destroy you. They remove, like, what, 400, 500 recovery from that, and also increase the cost of it, so, you know, you're taxed a lot more if you want to use it, basically. And you don't get as much back, and you feel it. I don't understand why they do these things. If I could just sit down with the people who are in charge of this game and are like, okay, you know, people who make these changes, the dev team, if I could just sit down with them and just talk to them about this game, then, and maybe then, I could come to terms and understand why they're making these changes. But at the moment, I'm completely lost as to why they are doing any of this at all. Because they want to help new players improve, right? They want to help people get into the game and make the combat more approachable. There's a right way and a wrong way to do that. So not only are they taking the wrong way about going about doing that, right? Okay, maybe we should keep this for future tests. They're going the wrong way about allowing people to improve at ESO, but also they're nerfing everyone in the process. Everyone. Even the people at the lower end. They're nerfing literally everyone, and they're not helping the people that they claim they're helping. They're hurting them. Because now those a lot less damage too. If you really wanted to make the good change to let people improve at ESO, right, what ZeniMax would need to do is they would need to implement, like, They would need to explain, like, the guild finder system, and they'd also need to encourage players to seek out communities, so things like Discord and the social space of YouTube and stuff. Is my stream acting up? I don't know, it keeps flashing. But that's what they could do. And then they wouldn't need to nerf everyone and, you know, fix these light attack things, and then add all of these unnecessary things when they could just easily implement a system that introduces players to the social aspect of this game. It's an MMO after all, right? It's about the community, right? It's about interacting with other people and, you know, working together to overcome challenges. Because guaranteed, like, half the people at the lower end, maybe they're playing it with their friends. They want to make your DPS more about your gear so that you have to buy sub. Release a set that buffs light attacks. The new dungeon, pay to win. They did. And they also added a set in PvP that just automatically removes debuffs from you because of the changes that they're making. They're really not good at what they're doing. Like, and the fact that these, like, okay, also, you know, that's another reason why none of this is going to change and why this is going to be forced into the live server, whether or not we want it to or not. Even if we give feedback, because they've already adjusted these sets, and they've already come up with these sets, and, you know, already put them in the game. And, well, why would they want to rework them when they could just let the patch go live, you know? They don't even need to change anything about the game right now. The game right now in its current state, with everything as it is, combat-wise, is fine. All you need to do is nerf Oaken Soul, and reduce the amount of healing that is going out in PvP. And then add some new way for players to be introduced to the guild system and, you know, encourage them to be social. Instead of nerfing everyone into the ground and then being like, oh, we understand you can't play our game, so here, let's let the game play itself for you. And all those people that worked really, really hard to improve at the game, and have played it for years, let's just make all that null and void.
They picked up the ball!
Good openings. Randomly pulled out a stealth, I think. Don't reckon I'll catch up to him. And it missed. See, this is the kind of issues that you need to address when it comes to this game. I can line up everything perfectly, and then things just don't work anyways. It doesn't matter if I, you know, perfect it or not. Your game doesn't work, and you're making it even worse. Like, imagine the changes that they're proposing, right? And stack bad performance on top of that. I don't want to play this game anymore when I think about that.
Or get off the field!
It's just painful to think about. Really painful. Play how you want has never been such a lie before.
Let's get that ball!
They're always like, oh, play how you want. Advertise the game that way, right? So then, what is this that you're doing? What is this that you're doing? I can't play a stabby Nighthawk anymore? Like... This just proves the point. They don't care. They want money. I'm not going to give it to them. And of course, I hit the Mr. Pet over there, right? And now I'm gonna have to get rid of it. Because Cinemax is a great company who understands the many fine intricacies. Of course, they know what is best for this game. I want to accept this patch. I really do, like the patch that we're about to get. I really have tried to look for any morsel of reason to play the patch. Like, continue to play ESO, but there's just nothing I could justify. They're nerfing my favorite class to the point where it's dead, so I can't enjoy it anymore. If you couldn't tell, it's the Sork. And it's literally going to be unplayable next patch. They're nerfing light and heavy attacks, which I utilize very often on my builds as a primary damage source. Right? And they're completely reworking the skills yet again. For no reason. In my eyes, this game is fine where it's at. But my thoughts are irrelevant because I don't work with things. Jack, you need to stop. There's just some things in this game I'm not going to understand. I think the biggest mystery of them all is what is ZeniMax doing? Let me use rally, you dingus. Jack, no, get away.
Snatch the ball! Grab that ball with your life!
You're gonna have a lot of people running bash builds with that build into enchant damage as well. Because you get two things from being a bash build and having enchant damage. One, because enchant damage does not scale, right? Enchant damage is flat by itself, right? And second, Torag's Pack gives you a bunch of armor, which you can also use to scale your bash damage. So you're gonna see people catch on eventually to the fact that you can use Torag's Pack on a bash build, proc enchants from bash, right? And be extremely tanky in the process because you just build for resistances so you can bash even better. Like a little hidden meta, but
Somebody pick up the ball!
this is not a good spot to begin. Time to dip, 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 dip. Dip, 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 dip.
Get that ball! Get off the field! We haven't got all day! Pick up the ball!
Stop. You violated the law. Some magic back before we kick ourselves in. That's my favorite part about this game. Somehow managing to be out of range for Dawnbreaker and your heavy attack. Though you are well in range. Big suspicious. Like, this build didn't need to get nerfed. It's difficult to play, but it pays itself well when you can play it right. But, of course, ZeniMax is trying to remove skill from the game, and they're also trying to, like, negate the fact that they said, oh, you can play how you want. Right? They don't care. They don't care, and there's nothing we can do about it. And you know what that does? That makes ZeniMax bullies. Because they just toss everyone else around and say, okay, so these are the changes that we're going to make to the game, whether you like it or not. And in that sense, they push everyone who plays their game around, and there's nothing we can do about it. Even if we get feedback, we just ignore it. They don't communicate with us. We're like a ship lost at sea, and we have no electronics. And now I'm dead, because it won't let me jump when I need to jump. This game is great. This game is flawless. It's perfect. And you want to know why this game is perfect and flawless and you can't press abilities when you need to go off? Because ZeniMax listens to their community so often. Because they listen to their community so often that this game doesn't work. I mean, it works. I mean, the game works just fine. Because they don't listen to their community. And that's But like I said, I'm willing to stomach this for performance because I know how bad it's going to become next patch. And that's just an automatic turn in this game. Oh dear. I just snagged a triple from all those people.
We've got the ball. Let's go.
Maybe I'll just have to become a hardcore role player or something.
Get that ball or get off the field.
Bro, I blocked that meteor so fast. I can't stress to you enough how much of a lie it is that ZeniMax says play how you want. If it was play how you want, they wouldn't keep reworking these dumb combat changes. People would settle into something and they'd stick to it. But it's never good. Never good. You're busy looking for me. I'm just upset at the changes. They're just not justifiable. They're unnecessary. And you can't play Sork next patch, like, at all. Great teamwork, lol. If someone can find a viable Sork build next patch, maybe. I am going to miss this build so much. I need to start recording gameplay for it so I can have a reference. Well, leave me when I say I've tried this build on the PTS and it's just not what it is. Sork is unplayable. How so? It wouldn't be possible to play a classic Mag Sork. They didn't increase the duration on the wards. I looked at that too. There's no increased duration on the damage shields. They're still 6 seconds. Just nerfs across the board. I'd like to work on that video a little bit more. It's definitely going to be a little bit more sad than usual, but I just want to point out like where the game has gotten to, and to really drive home how bad the patch is. It's necessary to put it in the tone. Speed! This build would be really fun in open world. Probably. But no one's gonna die anyways. Because, unless of course you have dots or something. This is really bad. Well, ZeniMax can't even do that properly, so yeah, good luck. Yeah, and it just gets hotter every single day. May wrap up the stream here soon so I can go work on the videos. Well, you see, if ZeniMax would encourage people to get involved in a community, then that would change. But there's very little encouragement to go get yourself involved in some sort of community, because, well, the activity finder exists when it comes to dungeons. I mean, that's okay, I guess. Like, you can do random stuff. You know, you can find people if there's no one on to play with right now. But what ZeniMax fails to do is encourage people to make friends. They don't encourage people to talk to each other. And if that's a part of play how you want, then that is like the worst play how you want. And I don't know why they focus and double down on that.
Seize the point!
Great, we got a pocket healer. I can't even streak. I am desync in Minsa. It's really bad performance-wise. This is why I can't play, like, on stream for, like, more than 2 hours at a time, because I just get fed up with performance by the end of it. I just rage quit. That guy's got way too much just for Yeah, they don't. They don't encourage it at all. They don't even tell you how to use the guild finder, like, at all. The guild finder is something you gotta figure out how to do for yourself. Like, if you mess around with the menus long enough, eventually you'll come across the guild finder and you'll be like, oh, I can make a guild? That's pretty cool. They don't tell you that, oh, you should get involved in a guild, and if you really want to experience all that this game has to offer, you need to, you know, be able to set something up. Look, I appreciate as much as the next guy playing by myself. Okay, I enjoy it, right? But you can't say that people don't, you know, they can't get better at the game, and you need to dumb down the entire game in order to make room for those 3% of people that can't light attack you. Like, that's completely pointless. Instead, you could tell people, there's plenty of amazing videos. You could even tell them to go to their website if they want to learn more. Right? But they don't. They're just like, okay, so here's how it is. So this is my Nighthawk. It's a one-shot stamper. That is getting nerfed into the ground next patch. Well, if changes 100% going through, I'm 100% confident that they're going through. Yeah, I'd say they are. Yeah, I'd say for sure. And I have evidence. My evidence is the fact. The first thing is they disabled the discussion boards for the most recent update. They disabled the discussion boards for the newest update because they don't want to receive feedback. Second, they've implemented a bunch of new sets that are specifically designed around the new changes. So, like, purge sets, for example, like the new PvP purge sets, and the light attack increased damage sets. And also the changes to, like, how light attacks scale with Sergeants and Undaunted Unweaver. So, that just kind of tells me that the changes are 100% going through. There's evidence to support that. This is why you gotta enjoy the patch while you have it. I got desynced and then some by something. You can read the patch notes and you'll just become depressed. Like, reading the patch notes is like... I don't want to say anything too drastic, but it's pretty extreme. I gotta put both drop off the edge. Yeah, I've been playing this game forever. Stamsork is my favorite class too. Like, Sork is my favorite class. Stamsork is like my favorite playstyle. Because there's so much you can do with a Sork, but not anymore. LOL, funny joke. Yep, bye-bye Sork. Yeah, here's the other thing though. So right now I can cast Crystal Weapon and I remain hidden, right? My biggest thing is, why in the world does casting Crystal Weapon now pull me out of stealth? Why is that so specific? You didn't even mention it in the patch notes. It's a shadow nerf to Crystal Weapon. And Crushing Weapon and Elemental Weapon. You can no longer cast those while invisible. No longer. No, no, no. So, playing a build like this, or any other kind of come out of stealth, destroy someone, like gank spec, not viable no more. Well, now they're going back to being just crafters, yes. This build is still a staple of my channel, regardless. I don't understand why ZeniMax feels like this is a necessary change. I would like to understand their logic behind it. And I wish they'd just speak up and be honest about it. If they can at least be real about it and be like 100% transparent on it, then I'd have a little bit more respect for the game kind of closing down. But this does mark like a final nail in the coffin for ESO with happening. Don't you just love this game when it does stuff like that? The target's there, a Dawnbreaker, and then all of a sudden he's teleported. Like, I'm not even a second behind. I'm just not allowed to hit him.
The point is out.
I'm trying to keep up with it, but I can't. My teammate keeps running away. Stop! And now who's facing me, huh? Bro, I will 1v1 you. Bro. And they also bug out stealth. Okay. Seriously? I streak right through there and I still hit the stupid nub.
We captured it!
Mark convergence is such genius. Oh, I love the fact that... Oh, I can't even streak now. Lovely.
Divine's wrath. They've captured the point.
Killing your game is not going to make performance go. Like, if performance is bad, performance is... Well, it's fixable. Because it's performance. If you just have bad gameplay design, I don't know. There's no judging like what ZeniMax likes and what they don't like because they will not communicate with us. They will not talk to us.
They secured the point!
Quickly now! On to the new capture point!
Horrible, they secured the point!
That is very unfortunate.
Divine's wrath. They've captured the point.
That's new. They have never had the "you are no longer enlightened" thing with the noise. Brand new. Seems like I already did make some changes to this game. will be right back. Alright, I'm back. Testing on the... This is not the PTS, no. I tested on the PTS yesterday for a really long time, and I'm very disappointed with the direction of ESO to the point where I'm considering not playing it no more. They won't fix their game, and the issues that they claim are issues are light attacks and buff duration, which are fine. And also, they're completely killing Sorcerer and all the other classes and buffing Nightblade. ZeniMax has gone completely off the deep end, and I don't think there's any turning around because they are 100% committed to getting these changes live. Even if you provide feedback, and even if everyone and their mom signs a petition saying, oh, these changes should not go live, we don't think these changes are good for the game as a whole. I could guarantee you, if you got 1 million people to sign a petition telling them not to do this, yeah, if you got 1 million people to sign a petition telling them not to go through these changes, it still wouldn't be enough. Even if you got 10 million. Even if you got all 20 million people who don't play this game to sign the petition, it wouldn't be enough. They want to go through these changes, and they want to kill this game. It's clear. Oh, DPS is too high at the high end! Well, if DPS is too high at the high end, why don't you raise the health pool of the ads and the monsters in those places, instead of nerfing everyone? Because what you're doing is you're indirectly killing PvP in the process, on top of not helping any of the new players, when you could just introduce some sort of social guild finder activity for people to meet up and become friends. That way they could share information back and forth between each other and not have to, you know, rely on ZeniMax to do all the caretaking for them. If you would just introduce some sort of, like, you know, make the guild finder known to people who play the game, and also, you know, encourage people to go seek out communities outside of ESO, like on Discord or a YouTube channel, then maybe you wouldn't need to make these big changes and ruin the game for everyone. You know, just a thought, ZeniMax. Instead of reworking your entire combat system and building it back up from the ground up and making changes to one of the most fundamental aspects of the game that sets it apart from everything else to the point where it's completely useless and almost not even worth doing, like, there are so many right ways to go about doing it, and ZeniMax picked the worst way to go about fixing this game. Light attacks and buff timers are not the issues in ZeniMax. People struggle to do light attacks and weave, and they also struggle to keep their buffs up because performance in this game holds them back. Even the new players can attest to this. You can feel it wherever you go. Stop pushing it under the rug and fix your game. Upgrade the servers and look at your code, instead of reworking everything and thinking it's a solution. It's not. Their priorities weren't so heavily influenced by the crown store and the amount of money that they can make. So I'll follow. I appreciate that, Rudy. I have no idea where I'm gonna go. ESO has been something I've been passionate about for a really long time. For a really long time. But with these changes, I gotta step away from this game. I'm not playing PvP next patch if these changes go live, and they're going live. It is nerfed into the ground sniper. It's literally unplayable next patch. Literally unplayable. You cannot use Crystal Weapon in stealth anymore. Crystal Weapon has gotten a 50% damage nerf. Light attacks deal a flat amount of damage, so regardless of your weapon damage, no matter how high you scale it, unbuffed, buffed, whatever, multipliers or not, you're hitting for the exact same amount, which is 2k. 2k flat damage. Apparently it's 2,250 flat, okay? Final Fantasy 14, but I don't know how to PvP is in that game. I don't want to invest in another MMO. That's the thing. Because all MMOs eventually come to an end, right? Like, I knew this game, I knew this game wouldn't last forever. Like, you know, of course, because it's an MMO and all things eventually shut down and stuff, right? But I didn't expect it to die this early. I didn't expect ESO to fall apart and just not be, you know, ESO anymore this soon. I predicted that this game probably had about 5, 6, 7, 8 good years left in it before something just kind of sends it off. But nope. Looks like 2022 is the year that ESO just doesn't ESO anymore. I don't know. It's the year that ZeniMax finally kills the game. Remember that this only 1 week of 4 or 5 week cycle. PTS. Yep. And you want to know something? If they're going to change anything about the PTS, it's all just going to be little increments and increases to numbers or decreases to those numbers. They've added new animations. They've overhauled the weaving system to the point where, like, it doesn't even feel right, okay? With the scaling and all that. And they've also added a bunch of new changes to the abilities on top of all the sets that they're implementing to counteract a lot of the changes that they're making. And the cherry on the cake, they disabled the forum post discussion board for this update. So people cannot give their feedback on what they think about the changes. This tells me for 100% certainty that they are going to go through with these changes. Not a question in my mind, and there's plenty of evidence to back it up. And there's nothing we can do about it. That's why I said if we get 1,000 people, 1 million people to sign a petition saying, "Oh, you don't go through with the change," it's not going to make a difference. This is what they want to do with ESO, and this is how they envision their game. They want to make it more towards the casual player who will spend 3 weeks on their game and then stop playing ESO forever. Because they're more concerned about having a big number of players who have played the game in total, rather than having an average monthly player base that reliably plays the game. Like, they're more proud of having 20 million players who have played this game. They're more proud of that than they are of having, 5,000, 10,000... I don't know how many people play this game on a daily basis, but they're more proud of the 20 million players that have been introduced into this game. You know how many people play this game on a daily basis? Because I don't. It's enough. Probably, maybe... I don't know, across all platforms? 50, 60, 70k? Quite a few people. This game is not hidden, but they should be proud of that. They should be proud of that number, and that should be the number they strive to grow, is the active monthly player base. Not the fact that you have 6 million bot accounts that you've banned because they're all logging on to go farm resources on the starter islands. I am confident that over maybe half or a little bit over half of those 20 million players are bots. Those are bot accounts because we've been dealing with bots in ESO since the beginning of the game's life. And you gotta imagine, there are probably like 20 bots for every person that actually plays this game. So, and they still count as a player. That's why when they go and they look at their metrics, that the data that they get from the game, it's always going to be skewed towards the players that don't play this game, because they're just a bunch of bots. Just go to the starter islands and harvest resources and can't fight a mud crab. I still can't find these combat changes. Like, there's one thread and then there's a second thread. The first thread is still active, but the one about what they're doing with all the skills, abilities, and the dot changes and the buffs changes, those are, discussion is closed. That's what it says. It says this discussion is closed. So they're committed. Go ahead. But I know what discussion board you're talking about. It's not the actual patch notes changes. That's a shame too, because ZeniMax has a really solid game. They have a monopoly when it comes to combat in ESO. They're on top of it. They're on top of how this game should function and flow. It's fun, and it's reactive, right? It's enjoyable to play. It's rewarding as well. I love this game so much. A lovely, fair, and balanced experience, right? Why is my heals not going off? They're not working. Okay, great. Well, see, this is the issue with the game. It's got everything you could ever want. It's got, like, such amazing depth when it comes to buildcraft. It's got so many things that a player can do. It's got so much choice and just freedom to do whatever you'd like. There are limits, and ZeniMax will punish you if you go over those limits. You know, like just being mean to people upright, and just generally being a nuisance and unhealthy. But you know, as long as you respect it, this game literally has something for everyone. But I'm never gonna play Fortnite. I may stoop as low to probably, you know, Minecraft, but Minecraft is actually fun. It's very repetitive after a short while. But I don't want to do that. It's freaking fun. Oh my gosh. Die. Oh great. Oh great. Oh great, they're both after me again. Minecraft is fun. I can't lie when I say that. Minecraft is fun.
To the new capture point.
I love Dark Convergence. Dark Convergence is the bestest set in the world. I use Dark Convergence every day. Cuphead. There's a certain level of tolerable rage that I can, you know, I can accept. Just whatever you're doing, Okay, Cinemax. Yeah, you enjoy watching this stream where I can't use my abilities and things just lag. And I get desynced. Yep. Fun. I enjoy this game so much. It's really up to you guys. You guys are my community. I want to play a game that's fun and I enjoy, and I also want to play something that you guys can enjoy watching. I'm not just gonna go to like some sort of game like Elden Ring or Fortnite and then just post brainless content so I can get clicks and views and all that. That's not what YouTube is about for me. YouTube is about the fun part of it, the community that I've built and the passion behind it. I enjoy making videos, okay? I enjoy making videos, and I'm not gonna toss that all to the wind because I want to make $2 or whatever. Making money on top of what I'm able to do now, that's just a bonus. That's just a bonus. Why not get paid to do something you genuinely enjoy doing? Right? But some people just, money is, the love of money is, okay. Yeah, that's what I was thinking about. Ninja was telling me I should check out For Honor. I might move there, play some of that. It's on console too, so it'll work. Freaking... But here's the question. Would I stoop so low to make a Roblox videos? Probably no. I have not touched that game in forever. I played Roblox before it was mainstream, like a really long time ago, because I was looking for like, listen, here's the story. I was looking for Minecraft, like when it first came out, because, you know, of course I was in school at the time and everyone was like, oh, Minecraft! And I was looking at how to get Minecraft, and somehow I stumbled across Roblox, and I genuinely enjoyed playing it. Okay, I'm losing frames, but it's been a really long time since I've touched that game. And I don't think I'm gonna like it. I don't know where I want to take my channel, that's the thing. I can't do anything, I'm decent. One shot. Roblox. Guild Wars 2. Yeah, I'm not big on learning an entire new combat system unless the game is genuinely fun to play. Because learning the combat system of a game is... sometimes it's not a lot of fun. For ESO it's fun because there's just... once you learn the combat systems in this game, it sets you up for other kinds of content within the game, right? It's not just one-sided to like, oh, let's do some 1v1s in Mortal Kombat or whatever. I blocked that 100%, my man. I blocked that 100%, my man. I don't have that kind of money to just buy a bunch of games and play them and figure out which one I like the best. I want a game that's rewarding. I don't know, Call of Duty's kind of fallen off for me. We may go back and visit some zombies at some point though on this channel. Like Black Ops 3, maybe even Cold War. I got some ridiculous games on Cold War. Like Cold War is really easy. Zombies on Cold War is just ridiculously easy compared to the past titles. I got to round 255 on Cold War like twice. On the same map, the D Machine map, that's stuff easy. And I got to round 100 on that one Russian map.
The point is ours.
Oh, that's fun. I think, I don't remember, but I think my name, I was playing with a friend at the time. I think my name for Cold War, because you know how you can change your name for Activision? I think my account name for Cold War is Ali A. Oh my god. Yeah, it is, I remember. BDO? What is this? I just don't know where I want to take my channel. Like I said, I want to make videos that you guys can enjoy watching, as well as enjoy the game myself. ESO offers, it gives me the ability to do that like no other game can. Like,
The cats are quite moved.
I'm not interested in getting ESO. ESO is probably going to be my only MMO I play with.
Damn, they've taken the point.
Because if this is the best MMO out there that I've heard of. Like, combat-wise and freedom-wise, this is the best MMO ever. I don't want a brainless MMO where you just tab target things and they die. We got options still. It's just a shame that ESO has decided to take the path that it's taking. Can't streak. Here's the other question though, like, the brand that I have for ESO, like, you know, I have my character and all that, right? I have this brand for ESO that I have with my cat and, you know, the character I play with him. You know, what's gonna happen to him when I move off? Bit under the pressure. You guys gotta understand too, like, Elden Ring, when that came out, that game was a lot of fun, okay? And I didn't make, you know, you wanna know something? I didn't make videos about that game, like Elden Ring, because one, I didn't want to easily farm views off of it. I could have easily farmed views, because like my two videos I posted about Elden Ring, they are the most viewed videos on my channel, because that, and like, second, I knew I wasn't going to be playing Elden Ring long term, so I don't want to build an audience there that I have to, you know, I have to keep up with. I did mess around with it though, but I didn't sell myself out like, you know, a lot of the other people who just turned to, you know, main Elden Ring content.
The capture point moved.
There was an opportunity I refused to take because it would provide no actual
the point is lost.
value. You know what I mean? Anyone could have made like how to get X, Y, and Z for Elden Ring, and then easily clocked over 100,000 views. I'm not in it for that. As fun as that is to see on your channel, that's not what it's about. I didn't want to establish myself as that. Back to online was very skill based last time I played it. Let's see, cheat sheet. How is Elden Ring suffering? I haven't kept up with it in forever. I played it for the first 2 weeks that it came out, and then I just went back to ESO. I don't feel like it so much. Then only people who beat it aren't playing it anymore. That's the thing. Elden Ring content was like the PvP in that game wasn't super deep. Like, you could spend 2 days learning how the combat system works, so like roll dodging and then roll catching and then finding out what weapon you want to use and all that. Like, you could easily learn the combat systems for that game in just like 2 days. There's nothing you needed to master because of how the game performs, okay? But it was fun. But you just had a bunch of people just doing exactly what happens on ESO, abusing broken items, and literally no counterplay. Which wasn't why I stepped away from it. I stepped away from it because it's not something I wanted to do long term. I played it and I was like, yeah, I like it, but this isn't for me. Here's the other thing though, I'm not sure what's going to happen to my channel once and if I move away from ESO content, you know? I don't know. I may have to do an experimental stream where I play something else for once. You know? Go check out Burnout or play through Monster Hunter World again. See how that because I don't want to go back to where I was making very, you know, fun videos, but I didn't have anyone that was watching them. That's just not fun. It's difficult to carry off. It's very difficult to carry over an audience that you build from one place to another. Unless, of course, the creator that the people watch, they genuinely enjoy. Can it be robots? Elden Ring isn't suffering, it's just the challenge run phase. Game's cool. DLC drops. I was creating regular content for ESO, I did some Let's Plays. It really took off. You really have to be an entertaining person in order to properly get Let's Plays to work for your channel. It's not for everyone either. You have to have a personality that people can relate to. Man, that's very difficult to find nowadays. Well, that's the replay value of Elden Ring. Fun to explore for the first 2 weeks, and then... Yep. If I could, I'd love to do ESO content, like, long term, right? I enjoy this game, I enjoy the combat in it, but when ZeniMax proposed these changes, it's kind of like a reality check, right? It's a reality check of ESO. So... you gotta do something. ZeniMax is gonna keep destroying their game, and I don't want to just sit by and be a victim of it. I can't make a big change because I'm not a massive content creator, and it's dumb how you have to have numbers behind you in order to do something. That's the reality of it. Just like it's the reality of ESO is going to be dead soon. Right to the middle. I don't care. That'd be difficult to do. Because not everyone's going to understand ESO, so if I were to try and carry my character over, so like do all the background talks and stuff like that, using my character, not everyone would understand it. Which is the issue. Right. Probably avoiding this. Why am I fighting without using stealth? You know what? Screw it. Brick. Brick. Dipping. Dots. I don't think it'd be difficult for me to create another character for you guys, like, in another game, but on the same BG. Which one are you, Gavin? Come on. That's what happens when you light attack. That's cheesy though, but I don't care. He's dead.
captured the point.
Got this flag.
We have secured the point.
And I'm DC.
They took the point.
Bum.
They captured the point.
Kinda gets me wanting to play a bonk field for a bit. You can be brutal in that build. But then I also just
Lines, we've captured the point. Praise to the flying, we've captured the point. Praise to the flying, we've captured the point.
how did that miss?
They've captured the point.
I'm gonna need an answer for that. Am I still getting chased around the map? I am. This guy must be streaming. Really sweating me hard. Trying to prove something. Manages to pull me into stealth and desync me with, let me guess, whip? Wow, I didn't know whip had a range of 15 meters on it. That's news to me. Do we have open soul on this thing? Because I must have my bunk build. I can probably set it up in mid-game. We don't have it on. We'll have to set it up for the next match. It's gonna end soon anyways. I am a fan of the random blocking and being completely immune to all forms of damage. Blocking is an extremely balanced mechanic, and I think ZeniMax needs to implement more, buffs to blocking and bashing. Because honestly, it's not strong enough. At the moment, I don't think blocking is too good. Yeah, he's got one of those new sets on that adds 200 meters to every single one of your skills. You know, he just has a he just has that new set. Got that new set, that new 200 meter set. Play some bonk next. Yes. I'm not gonna be getting cheesed over by things. I can just walk through people. How did that miss? I am dead. Good job, ZeniMax. What's up, amigo? We're dealing with an obnoxiously sweaty Dragonite right now. Who is sweating his absolute face off. And still not even being able to perform very well. Especially for a DK, that's surprising. You don't even need to try on a DK to do well.
No! The point is theirs! They captured
Is that a
the point!
detect pot? No, that's invisibility. Wouldn't let me use it. Ready to randomly hold block, bud, and survive?
Divine's wrath! They've captured the point!
Putting on debunk build, yes. Yep. Bunk. My open soul let. GG. Open soul, where are you? Open soul. I should have enough skill points so far. Did I ever drop Balor's shoulders? I did.
Bride of the Lion.
Yeah, I know where those are. We'll grab those. Shuffle the build a little bit. I think the most difficult part of all this is trying to figure out where to go after ESO decides it wants to kill itself. Because I don't know what to do with my channel at that point. I could do PvE and I could just submit to it all and just deal with a change like everything else, but there's a limit, and maybe drawing the line a little bit sooner is going to be
card sharps and collectors, test your wits and courage in a brand new card game, Tales of Tribute.
You seek Azad.
Is Balor's Shoulder already in the bank? Or do I gotta go get it off my Nightblade? This is why it's difficult. I don't know what to do once the patch goes live. Make a build video?
Hear ye, card sharps and collectors.
I mean, ultimately,
Test
it's
your
up to
wits
me.
and courage in a brand new card game, Tales of Tribute.
I still can't figure out what I'm going to do.
Switch in 3, 2, 1.
It's kind of like, you know, it's kind of like when you move to a new house. That's what it's like. This is what it feels like. But the reason we're moving is because our neighbors are absolute, they're just crazy. That's basically what it's like. You have to move houses because your neighbors are just ruining your life. And that's what ZeniMax is doing. They're practically our neighbors. And there's nothing we can do about it. Because in this world, police don't exist. And they haven't killed us yet. So... but we're trying to put it in perspective like that, yeah. That's kind of what it's like. You don't want to leave behind what you've made, what you've, you know, you got the attachment to it, that sentiment. But, on the other side, you know it's kind of necessary. It's gonna be hard to leave this game behind. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't remember the exact stat pools and distribution I had of this build. We were right around like 31k health or something. Yep, still hits really, really hard. Oh yeah, we get to use lava foot as well. This build has all of its bases covered for fighting a lot of people at once. Thank you. And not to mention, you get to bonk people in the face with a big club. Which arguably is the best part. Okay, so we don't have any money, so we can't do anything. Oh, how to pickle what? Excuse you? Explain yourself. I have not been playing the ESO market in a while. I'm gonna run out of money if I don't. Okay, so we had about 31k health, correct? So we would stack to about here, 16, and the rest of the stamp. Oh, wait. Need to reset our vampirism because I don't want to make that mistake. Okay, then we do this. Yeah, Ninja, when you get home, or if you're home, you need to get on the PTS, and I want to... You just have to see it. You just have to see it. We'll have to do some PTS stuff today, if you're down, at least. Because it's really important stuff. This game is not going to be disabled. Short and simple. Okay, so this puts us at 24k health. We were at 31k health. How much do we get if we dump all of our points into here? We don't need that many. 2,000. I want to be at 30k health at PvP, so... Okay, bonk time. What's up, Lightning? Welcome. Okay. Everything's set up again. I just want to play all the builds that I have now. Appreciate the patch for what it is before it gets turned into a mess. We all like things to be very comfortable. Okay. Question. We still do not have a Munda Stone. We did not have a Munda Stone the entire time we were playing the Nighthawk. If that's any indication of how powerful the build is. We're not going to do... Oh, we're not going to be using a Munda Stone this match either because, well, I need to accept a queue. So, we're going to be short a little bit when it comes to our armor. You know, be at like 22k or something. Yeah. Ouch. Push up to 25 and we'll get our Mundus. It's actually noticeable when you put the lady on. But no more scout utilizations. Only bunk. Only bunk exists now. Bunk is like that. See, this is why I like Sword, because you can do so much with it. And then next patch, why would I even touch Sword? Why would I touch Sword? Why would I even play that class? What is that class? Yeah, it's my favorite class, but what is that class? It's gonna be a little awkward. I can't even use my abilities. I remember why I get upset when I play this build. Because you need to heal, and if you can't heal because your abilities don't go off, you're dead. It's as simple as that. That's why this build is kind of upsetting to play sometimes. It's fun, but ZeniMax hasn't fixed their game, so performance really just holds this build back. Like, I can't CC break with a full bar of stamina. And I'm getting desynced by... What killed me while I was dodging? Of course, getting hit by a crescent sweep. Of course, of course. This build suffers so much in bad performance. It's fun, but it doesn't work in performance. You'll find out. I'll show you, I'll show you. You've already seen it twice. Oh my gosh, I can't even... What is that freaking CC? Can I hit him? He's literally right there, dude. What is wrong with this game? What is wrong with it? Why can't I play this game? Why do I have to play some of these builds? I can't play what I want because your performance won't let me do anything. Like, it's so bad. This is why I can't play this build as much. I get upset really quickly while playing this build. And I can tell you why. I can tell you why. It's because when you play a build like this that doesn't require you to keep up your buffs, you can fully focus on the combat, right? And when you do that, you start to see all the little flaws in this game and where the game falls short and how bad performance actually is. That is why playing this build makes me upset. Because when you're focusing on the gameplay, you notice everything. Like, even the times where abilities that should go off don't go off, and how many times you have to actually press a button in order to... It just magnifies everything. And that's the issue. Like, why am I teleporting around the map? Hear that? I used my potion, and it still didn't go off. Yeah, because this game works flawlessly, doesn't it?
L'Oreal, give us strength. The point is lost.
See, this is the issue with your games, ZeniMax. It's not that light or heavy attacks are over-tuned, and it's not that, you know, it's not that... It's none of that. It's none of that. It's the fact that your game doesn't work because you will not take care of it. Like, what is that? He's dead. He's dead, and he still uses the entirety of his bow ult on me. And you think light attacks and buff timers are the problem. Yeah, they're the problem, ZeniMax.
The point is theirs!
You know, the other thing is you can't get your light attack to go off half. Doesn't matter, does it? You know, we just nerf light attacks. Nerf light attacks. We nerf light attacks and nerf heavy attacks. You know what? Let's just nerf all the classes to the attack. But give Nightblades a massive buff to make them completely overtuned. And put them in line with where Dragonite is. Because that's what this game is. It's too difficult to play. The casual player can't understand the intricacies of our game, so let's just do all the carrying for them. Because they're just not good enough at the game. It's a skill issue. Obviously. I don't have any opportunities here. I still get desynced on death, which is funny. Like, I'm dead before the game actually considers me dead. But I didn't have any opportunities to go offensive. I should have just tried to put some distance between those guys. See, I can tell what I did wrong there, and that's easy to figure out. I was too busy ranting about how Cinemax says their game is too difficult to play. It's not difficult to play, guys. Oaken Soul exists, and even after the nerfs, it still exists, right? And also, you can tap an additional button at the right time, can't you? Can't you? Can't you press one extra button? Listen, I get it. Accessibility for people that are genuinely disabled or something, right? I get that. But if you want to make that easier for someone who's genuinely disabled, why don't you add keybinds to consoles so people can actually play the way that they want with the buttons that they want? They won't do that. They also won't add community tabs or anything, so people can, you know, go and learn how to play the game and share information around. And you also won't, you know, balance your game and fix the, many bugs and bad performance that plagues this game. But you will rework the entire combat system and then add a bunch of nerfs to every single class and say, okay, here's our solution. You know, because that makes sense, right, guys? Our combat system is so great, and it's very nice, right? And it adds a level of mastery to the game that makes it very satisfying whenever you're able to be successful in the avenue of, you know, learning how to weave and play this game and keep your buffs up. So that's why we're gonna nerf it. Because this game shouldn't be fun to play. This game should be so easy where it's basically a clicker game. Like, freaking werewolf CC's over. Where am I? Let me out. Let me out. Now there's 3 of them now. Alright, well, we're gonna try to not get desynced, okay? I was about to say, we're going to try and improve upon what we failed to do last time, and then ZeniMax was like, no, screw you, here's 7 different abilities hitting you all at once that aren't even casted in your direction. How are you supposed to get better at the game when your game doesn't work in the first place? See, that's the issue, ZeniMax. People can't get better at the game when there's nothing for them to learn because they're getting desynced by lag.
They have secured the point!
There's no way for a player to improve if they really want to improve. Like, unless someone tells them about it or they go out and they experience it for themselves. And even then, you can't learn a thing because your game performs so poorly that there's no correcting any mistakes that you make because the mistakes are done for you. And light attacks and buffs and their uptime, that's the real issue. That's the real issue.
Outstanding! We've secured the point!
To the new point!
Nope.
No! The point is theirs!
Light attacks! Light attacks! Light attacks and buff timers are the issue! Light attacks and buff timers are the issue! Zenimax, light attacks and buff timers are the issue. Right? Light attacks and buff timers are the issue in this game. Obviously!
Tuscan, to the new point!
Bro, you let your guard down.
Stay back! Take them! They've taken the point! Stay back! Take them! They've taken the point!
Yes. Remember guys, light attacks and buff timers are the issue. They're the real issue. They're why the game doesn't work. Light attacks and buff timers are the issue. Obviously. Zenimax knows best. Well, I'm going to be clipping a lot of what I'm saying for this video I'm making. Specifically for this match. Exactly. Honestly, they should just remove light attacks from the game because they're too OP. Light attacks are just too OP. They need to just remove them from the game. Light attacks too OP, guys. Light attacks are just too OP. It's not the fact that my target is out of range.
Yes, we've taken the point.
Light attacks are too OP. They are too effective. They deal too much damage.
Point is theirs.
I can't even use my ult. That's pathetic. It is a skill-only game. And you can't even use your skills half the time when you press them. Memorable experience. What time is it? And how long have we been streaming for? It's about 6 o'clock. I might get off at 6. We'll be streaming for 5 hours when I hit 6 o'clock, roughly. That's a really long stream. No, you see, proc sets still exist. Proc sets still exist. Sure, they're nerfing Calrians, but they're leaving other proc sets still available. They're going to nerf light attacks and heavy attacks to the point where you're basically unarmed whenever you deal that flat amount of damage. For everyone. Right? But, you know, hey, it's balanced. It's balanced now. We think we've hit the sweet spot. You know, we think we've hit the sweet spot where you don't deal enough damage and you're able to lose every single fight. There we go. It's a sweet spot for you. Yay! Did you see that? Did you see that? I'm not even doing anything and I couldn't even use crystal weapon. Let's not forget the buff timers and debuff timers. The extension of buffs and debuffs. Oh yeah, because keeping your buffs up is difficult for the new players. It's difficult, guys. The 9 million bots that roam around the starter islands and soak up resources don't know how to keep their buffs up. And they can't 1v1 a mud crab and win. It's just really difficult for them to do anything. So let's just nerf everyone to the ground and put everyone's base damage at their level. Oh, and while we're at it, we know you enjoy playing Sorcerer, and we know you enjoy playing all the other classes. We know you enjoy having variety in your playstyle, but honestly, if the new players can't perform at the same level that you are able to, because you've spent countless years playing the game, then you shouldn't be able to play the game and perform as well as you do, because new players are more important. You know? How long do you think it'll be before we find a bot? One of the 9 million bots. Oh, there we go. We found our first bot, guys. Gracious Noise 04 is a bot. How do we know? Look at the random characters underneath the name. And I'm going to go to View Profile on PlayStation. And what we're going to do is we're going to check the trophies. Now, since my broadcasting is paused... Oh, would you look at that? They started playing ESO 3 days ago. They have less than 1 hour played. They have no trophies on their account. And they don't even have a profile picture. Obviously not a bot, Zenimax. Not one of your 9 million players. It didn't even take us a minute to find a bot on one of these starter islands. 20 million players, Zenimax. 20 million players, right. 20 million players. 9 million. Maybe more are bots. And they've been doing this for years. They have been doing this whole bot thing where they go around and take resources from these islands. They've been doing it for years. Haven't even needed to travel that far. Is it kind of suspicious how they have the exact same character model as well? Like, they did make their characters, but they all just, you know, use the exact same slider. It's weird, guys. Weird how they're both sorcerers with pets, too. Huh. Interesting. Oh, and you guys want to know why the damage, your base damage for light and heavy attacks is going to be 2k now? Because the players that, you know, the players that have the issue with light and heavy attack weaving are not wearing any gear. They're not wearing any gear other than a weapon. That's an iron level 1 weapon. I wonder why they're only hitting for 2k on a light and a heavy attack. I wonder. I wonder why that needs to be the base damage. Need I remind you guys, I will strip naked right here and show you what I'm talking about. Okay, guys. So what we're doing now is we're a starter island bot. Let's see our base damage. Oh, 2k. Wow. Did I mention I have champion points into this character that are barely affecting this? With critical, freaking deadly aim and master at arms, so we're getting a 12% damage boost on top of the free weapon damage we get with untamed aggression. You know what? Let's just, redistribute. What's that do? Oh no! Where did my damage CPs go? Oh no! Where did my damage CPs go? Ninja, look at this! Look at this! You're in stream now? Look at this. Guys. This is... You want to see? Listen. Okay, so look. Rubedite Maul is sharpened, okay? Base damage. Nothing. Okay. We just removed all of our big damage CPs. So we're not dealing any additional... Oh, look! Another bot! Another bot! Let's go, guys! That is our third bot within 5 minutes. Congratulations. You guys want to see the base damage? So Ninja, when you get on the PTS, if you get on the PTS, I want you to take note of the base light attack damage. This is how we are proving that they're scaling our damage to that of bots. I'm equipped just like they are, okay? I'm equipped just like they are. I have an unleveled weapon. And let's see the damage. Only 2,000? Do keep in mind that we have sharpened on, so we are ignoring a lot more of their armor than we should. And what is that base number that they reduced the light and heavy attack damage to? Is it 2,250? Well, when you factor in resistances... Huh. It's almost like we're not wearing any gear, and our weapon is just a basic, nothing special weapon. Just like, oh, I don't know, all the bots on the starter islands. Oh, gee, where is the gear on this one? Someone is using that. Obviously. Oh, here they go. Here they go. They're running the code. Here we go, guys. Here we go. Let's go. Take me to the next blacksmithing node. Let's go. How did they not aggro the wolf? What is this game, dude? Oh, where's the next blacksmithing node? Oh, would you look at that? They found it. Oh, they found it. Thanks for leading me to the next resource. It's almost like the base damage that they give you on the PTS for light and heavy attacks is the same amount of damage that you get when you have just one unupgraded weapon and absolutely no gear or champion points. And we're making sure not to scale any of our damage with our class passives, because that would be cheating. You know, it's kind of strange how the bots also have this exact same setup, like gear-wise. It's really strange how the bots have this exact same gear setup, and, you know, we're dealing that amount of damage flat, you know. Kinda, you know, I'm not saying anything, but, you know, look, I am not saying anything, but I think, you know, call me crazy, but I think that all of that data that you're getting about players not being able to light attack weave, cast abilities, and keep their buffs up is because half of your player base are starter island bots. 9 million of the 20 million players that you are so proud to have in this game just go around the starter islands and collect resources. They have no gear, they have an unupgraded weapon, and they don't keep their buffs up. I mean, that's a little suspicious, isn't it? Isn't it, guys? I'm not even joking when I say I am dealing the exact same amount of light attack damage that I am dealing on the PTS with this setup. Where I have only an unupgraded weapon on, scaling to my level, of course, and I have nothing else on. You deal the exact same damage that you do on the PTS. Get on the PTS and test it. This is the exact same damage that you deal with a light attack and a heavy attack. You deal the exact same damage regardless. What I'm dealing now. Look, there's another bot. I don't even know how many we've passed, but I think we've counted like 20 so far. Yeah, you need to try the PTS and go light attack something, and you know what, hold on. Before you do that, keep an eye on the light attack damage number, okay? Look at this, see this? Okay. 2,216. And do keep in mind we have sharpened on this weapon, because I crafted it with sharpened, so we're going to be ignoring some of their armor, so it's not going to be exactly base damage. Okay, keep that in mind. Keep that in mind when you test the light attack damage on the PTS. Because... call me crazy. But I think the majority of your data that you're getting on these new players is coming from something like this. Here, let me just view the profile really quick on PlayStation. Oh! Well, obviously, out of the gate, they do not have... They don't appear to have any trophies. They have no trophies. They don't have a profile picture. How long have they been playing ESO? Less than 1 hour. They've been playing ESO for less than 1 hour. Ninja, it's going in the video. It's going in the video for sure. This is where their data is coming from. 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 Look, guys, I'm a starter island bot. Oh, we have too much drip for that. Just remove the hair. Adornments. These adornments. Facial hair. Skins. Let's get rid of that. Oh, they're not vampires. Okay, maybe we'll do this then. Okay, guys. Okay, guys. Okay, guys. Now what we're gonna do is... Hold on. I can't remove it. It won't let me remove it. Oh, well. Okay, guys. Here we go. You ready? I am running a bot program now. Yes, I am. Of course. I am one of the 9 million people that are providing this data to ZeniMax. One of the 9 million players who are providing this advanced, highly advanced DPS and parsing data to ZeniMax. Riveting combat gameplay by the bot, coming in strong. Why do you think they also increased the timers on their buffs? Oh, right. They don't loot the ads. Did you guys know that this specific ability, right? The unmorphed version of this specific ability is getting a 20-second timer whenever you cast it, right? Oh, deals damage to enemies every 10 seconds, right? Okay, yeah. And this is going up to 20 seconds, right? They made sure to make this very specific in what this ability now does. And I think it stuns every 3 ticks. I think this ability stuns every 3 ticks. They must have also found in their data, they're also very advanced starter island bot data that, you know... Oh, hold on. Yeah, they must have found also in their advanced starter island data that the majority of the people playing are sorks that use pets. Unfortunately, I didn't beat both of these bots to the resource, but you know what? We'll just follow along the same exact path, guys. Just okay. Funny how this bot looks exactly the same as all the other bots as well. Oh, apparently. Oh, here we go. Now we just move on to the next blacksmithing node, and we provide ZeniMax with more data about how their DPS is doing for 2 million players. I mean, 20 million players. Here's your DPS data, ZeniMax. They make up 15 to 20% of your overall damage. Where does the rest of that damage come from, you may ask? Where does the rest of that damage come from, you may ask? Where does it come from? I don't know, Scamp. Where does it come from? Where does the rest of that damage come from? Let's find out. I don't know. That looked like about 15 to 20% damage coming from light attacks to me. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Honestly, I don't think we have an... Oh, it's morphed. Okay. Yeah. Welcome to ZeniMax Online Studios, where we gather our data from the 19 million bots that plague our starter island. And then we leave the 1% of actual real players. You know, it's just a little bit off is all I'm saying. It's just a little bit off is all I am trying to say. Now we gotta set up our drip again. Give me a second, fellas. Is it minor? Nope. Okay, so that one's with... Sorry guys, it is very important that we set up drip. There we go. Okay, we are back to normal. We are missing our glasses, but that's fine. We don't need them. Alright, we're playing as a bot. Okay. Sus. Big sus. I don't know, guys. Honestly, you honestly couldn't convince me that the data that ZeniMax is pulling from is coming from, you know, it's obviously not coming from the 9 million starter island bots or anything. No. It's obviously not. Because if it was coming from those starter island bots, then it would skew the data, don't you think? Just a thought, guys. Just a thought. Just an observation. Just an observation. Okay, this goes here. And we're back. That was an 8K heavy attack. Oh, gee. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you guys. I feel like their data, you know, their data is 100% accurate. It's not skewed or anything, and it's not being ruined by fake accounts and the millions and millions of bots that are plaguing these starter islands and stealing all the resources. No. Data is 100% accurate and reliable when it comes to making fixes and adjustments to your game. Obviously. This just proves that ZeniMax does not play their own game. They've like one person on the dev team who actually plays the game. The rest of them just look at numbers and are like, okay, so this is the data that we have. Let us just average everything out. It would be really strange if my account just also somehow starts getting, you know, community strikes or whatever, because it's a little sus. But, you know, martyr me, right? Martyr. Prove my point. Prove my point. Prove my point. This is just tragic. Oh. Jovial Mammoth 6? Is that the Jovial Mammoth 6? I'm a huge fan, Jovial Mammoth 6. I am a huge fan. I don't know if you know that, but I'm a huge fan. Huge fan. Yeah, definitely subjective. And, you know, obviously, ZeniMax is pulling their data from the right places. I never actually thought bots would ruin the game like this, but I have my theories. I have evidence for it. And what else do you want from me? I have the evidence that you need. Like, that I need to prove this is true. I have all the evidence I need. I don't even need to record it, because I can just go to the starter zones and find it for you. Welcome to the Elder Scrolls Online, where everyone is a bot. Where you can live in an online virtual world with other players in real time. Whoa! Did we mention that half of them are automated? And all they do is run around the starter islands and harvest resources? It's ridiculous, dude. This bot is still here. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. This game's a mess. This game's a mess. You know, it's just a theory. It's just a theory, guys. I'm not saying that I have 100% definitive proof, but, guys, I did do some testing on the PTS, and I did crunch some numbers on the PTS, and I did test the damage that we deal on the live server, and I did kind of find about 50 bots running around the starter island, running the exact same gear setup and the class. I'm not saying anything about it just being, you know, it's just a theory. Just a theory. Honestly. Yeah. I don't know, guys. I might wrap it up. I want to go make a video. I'm going to go make a video about this. I need to really work on that video, too, because this is important stuff. The future of our game relies on it. And there will be no ESO if this kind of stuff continues to happen. It's going down an unforgivable path, and that's the scary part. Because ZeniMax is like, no, these changes need to happen. Most of the time, you can make these claims and give these theories, and you have no proof for it, right? You have no proof for it. You have no evidence for it. I have a lot of evidence. I have enough evidence. Enough. I don't know, guys. What do you think? Should we play like one more Battleground? The stream's gone on for 5 hours. That's a lot of time. I could play one more, but I really want to work on this video and start putting things together. It's going to be a really sad video, but, you know, it's necessary to explain ESO. What about... I gotta go play Nightblade one more time. We'll go play our one-shot Nightblade. Yes, yes. Then we will wrap it up. Shoulder Ballard. Fate Greatsword with potion. Oh yeah, guys, feel free to link this stream to whoever you think might need, you know, just might need a little bit of information on why this change is happening to this game. I mean, it's not like we have evidence or anything, but, you know, it's just a theory. Again, guys, it's just a theory.
Hear ye, card sharps and collectors. Test your wits and courage in a brand new card game. Tales of Tribute.
Needed to make sure our data was correct before we went through with the changes. You don't know what I think about your data, ZeniMax? I think it's baloney. One more game. Grum. I mean, what do you guys think? Honestly, I don't know. I don't know, guys. It's obviously not enough evidence. Yeah. Or any of that. What do you mean gotta come up with a nice name for video clips? I mean, the best way for this, you know, the best way for this to make it around so more people know about it is for you guys to share it. If you guys, like, there's only so much, I can make the video, right, and I can do my best to advertise the video. But it's like Plague Break, right? The more people there are that are involved with it, the further it will go. So I post this video. I may need to even ask in the video if you guys can share it, but I really, if there is some way that I can influence change for this game, that this patch that ZeniMax really wants to go through does not go through, if there's a chance that I can make a change like that to make sure it doesn't happen, I'm all for that change, and I'm all for that opportunity, and I'm going to take it. Even if it doesn't fall through, we can't say we didn't try. Part of that's on me as a content creator to make the video with the evidence and all that stuff. The other part is on you guys to really share this video around. So yeah, this is probably my last week. Go eat dinner and work on a video. What's wrong with my dogs, dude? As soon as I end the stream, they'll start behaving. I wasn't expecting anything else from it. Well, guys, prepare for the Nightblade meta. I'm probably gonna do my best to avoid. How's Coward's cheesy on par? Well, next time I'm not going to hesitate. That your light attack has a crit though, that's the thing. Bro, that freaking resto ult went hard, dude. I mean, I'll probably make an updated build for this, but this will probably be my last build for ESO. Until they fix the game, of course. I mean, at that point, Coward's with Rocket, but you've seen the nerf it's getting. Maybe it's going to be good for Templar because of how often you can get it to come out, but you still have to crit. Coward's was really good on Templar a while back. I don't remember what the proc condition was, but
the capture point has moved!
Stendarr, curse them! They've captured the point!
oh, rest of all. Let's go, guys.
They captured the point!
He's dead.
The point is theirs!
He's not out of range, by the way, Max. See, now he's out of range. That's what out of range was. Not being 3 feet away from my opponent and not being able to hit him. Bro. The target is out of range, right, Zenimax? The target is out of range. The target is out of range, right, Zenimax? The target is out of range, right, Zenimax? The target for surprise attack is out of range, right, Zenimax? The target is out of range, right, Zenimax? The target is out of range. The target is out of range. The target is out of range. Huh. They must be very far away from me then, and I guess I'm just not good enough at the game, obviously. Like, that's a skill issue. It's just a skill issue. Just a skill issue. All it is. It's not that you will not fix your game. Nope, skill issue.
the new
Jump.
capture point.
Follow me here.
They have seized the point.
I don't know what advantage that provides him. It just lets me line up a really big combo on him.
They secured the point. Stendar is with us. We've captured the point.
Come on. My abilities aren't even playing noise anymore. There we go. My audio is bugging out.
Stendar cursed them. They captured the point.
By Stendal, the capture point has moved.
Bonk. Not a bonk. Same purpose.
The point. They've captured it.
Nope. I didn't mean to use it. Alright, I'm staying right here. You guys don't have any damage. Those are heals, so I don't understand why would I need that? Try and line up a big combo. Please CC. Why won't you CC? I stunned him. He's not even immune. Lovely! My favorite part is not being able to CC break from crowd control effects. What's up, Stoned? Welcome. Welcome. Happy you found my channel? Well, I'm glad you have, I'm glad that you're glad that you found my channel.
Stendar cursed them.
Yes.
They've captured the point.
Super capture point mode.
Yes, we've captured the point. They secured the point. Stendar is with us. We've captured the point.
In my last game anyways. I got dinner ready. And also I want to go work on the video. Go ahead. Listen, why are there 3 of you? That was fun. Can I spin? Can I spin? He has no health. Please, thank you.
They've captured the point. We have secured the point.
Can we stop that?
We have secured the point.
Bro, what does this mean? I'll get back to that after this match. I can actually burst people. Okay,
We have taken the point.
Alright, well, he's not immune anymore. He's not immune anymore. Just one more second. Why won't you go off when I press you? It's like 4 seconds too slow. 4 seconds is too much time. You are too generous with people, Zenimax. Now I'm on the wrong bar and I'm trying to find my abilities. Oh my gosh, Zenimax. Your game, please fix. What's this?
They've captured it.
Probably backstepped up the stairs. Yep. I don't feel like we're gonna lose, but...
Stendar is with us. We've captured the point.
Who's that behind you? Why, it's me. Jump, you idiot! He doesn't jump anymore. I swear. Come on, I'm over here. We'll try that again. Jumping preemptively this time. Okay, nope, still can't jump.
We have secured the point.
You know, that's my favorite part of this game, is pressing a button, expecting something to happen, and then it doesn't happen. Like, I love that. That's my favorite part of this game, honestly, guys. That is why I play ESO, is to not have my abilities work. Alright, question answering time. Yes, yes. I am a huge fan of AoE dots. I am trying to make a AoE dot spec on Necro. Is that possible? Or should I go with some other class? You want a bunch of ground-based AoE dots? I think your best bet is to just do a bunch of sets. I mean, Necro is fine for that. But if you want to do a bunch of ground-based AoE stuff, you're probably just going to want to play a Necro Bomber at that point. Grease. Yes, grease. If you really want to play a heavy dot spec, it's not going to be ground. Like, you're not going to be able to place dots on the ground like that. But if you really want to play a heavy dot spec that, you know, just does a lot of dots, of course you're going to want to play Dragonite. But another interesting choice would be Nightblade. What you could do is you could slap on Rushing Agony with... what's his face? It'd be an interesting setup, but if you want to play this build the way that you feel like playing it, what you want to do is you want to snap on Rushing Agony, so basically, like, that's a ground AoE thing, right? So two things you want to do. You want to put on Rushing Agony with a two-handed. And for your two-handed, you want to use Stampede. This leaves an AoE on the ground. Okay, so you get this, just for example, you do that, right? So the next thing you want to do is you want to do Path of Darkness, and then there's a one that deals damage, right? So what you're going to do is you're going to put your Path of Darkness down. Okay, once your Path of Darkness down, you're going to go in there with your Gap Closer, so your Stampede, and it should be somewhere right around in here, right? So that's already 2 dots on the ground ticking. The third thing that you're going to want to do is you're going to want to use the morph of this. Where is it? Enemies in the area take damage. This is a very, 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 very powerful ground-based AoE, right? So you Gap Close in with Rushing Agony, pulling everyone in. Then you use Veil of Blades as another ground-based dot. And then after that, what you do is not a ground-based dot, but what you could do after that, following it up, is where is it? This is called cleave. You can do cleave, right? And just start spamming cleave, and then just put another dot on everyone if you have the morph of it. I don't know what it's called, but it puts a dot on them. Or you could do reverse slash in the AoE version if people are already going to be really low health. And then on top of that, you put plague break on, and then you could just bomb people. That's what you kind of want to do. I messed up my bar for that, but you know. Listen.
Hear ye, card sharps and collectors.
Listen, I will
Test
give you an
your
example
wits and
because
courage
I'm
in a
curious to
brand
try
new
this for
card
myself. Yeah, Impale is that they changed it like here. Let me show you really quickly. You also need to understand what rushing agony does, though. You need to go farm it. I don't have it, but what you need to do is rush of agony. So basically, whenever you deal a direct damage with blink, charge, pull, teleport. So we're doing a charge ability, right? You pull everyone who's within 10 meters to you, right? And after 2 seconds, you deal a bunch of damage to everyone in that area. Okay, so that's nice, right? So that's what we're doing. We're pairing that with all of the ground-based dots that we have to stack on top of it. The Veil Blades, that's almost charged. Your choice of a spammable, so you get a bunch of ground dots and you get spammable. Gotta understand though, my path is not morphed, so listen. Where are they at? Are they all dead? Really? You're just delaying my dinner because someone decided to come through and wipe them all out? Why? Okay, so let me actually get a charge first. Where's that anyways? So, right, so Path of Darkness, Gap Close, this, and you spam cleave. You get a bunch of ground dots on top of Rushing Agony, which is another ground dot. And then you have Cleave, which adds another dot to your target whenever you use it. And then you put Plague Break on for good measure. So if someone dies while they're in that thing, you can just bomb them. And yeah, there you go. Happy birthday, I guess. Let me fix my move now. Okay guys, well I'm gonna wrap it up. My dinner's ready and I'm gonna go work on that video, so if you guys really want to hear my thoughts on it, we did a test at the very beginning of the stream, where I just did some numbers and I wanted to see the values of light and heavy attacks and what the base damage scaling for it is now. And we found that 2k weapon damage is now the new base scaling for your weapons on the PTS. So regardless of what sets you have on, regardless if you have 10k weapon damage or 0 weapon damage, you're going to be hitting things for 2k, and that is equivalent to having 2k weapon damage on your build. And what we did to achieve that was we removed all of our gear, and we put an unupgraded weapon on. And we were still hitting ever so slightly harder than we would if we were on the PTS. And we were fully kitted out. Because the scaling still matters. But we also... Listen. This stream was just different, okay?
Card sharps and collectors, test your wits and courage in a brand new card game.
Does that scale on skills?
Tribute.
What do you mean? You mean, no, they're not changing the scaling of skills, they're changing the scaling of light and heavy attacks. Light and heavy attacks are getting nerfed into the ground. It's not a 10% decrease in damage like they're claiming it is. It's a very dramatic change in damage. It's at least 75%. Okay, it's at least 75% decrease in damage. If you're sitting at 5.5k weapon damage, it's a 75% nerf to your light and heavy attack damage. If you're sitting at 10k weapon damage, it is approximately maybe 89 to 90% damage nerf to your light and heavy attacks. That's how weak the light and heavy attacks scale. They are pathetic. They do no damage. If you want to go check it out, go check out the beginning of the stream. I did some tests. But yeah, guys, thanks for stopping by. I'm going to try and play this game more and more before they kill this game. Because when you go on the PTS and you look at the patch and you just mess around with all the new stuff that they added, you realize just how good we have it right now. You really appreciate the patch that we're in, like on the live server. you really appreciate the patch that we're in right now when you go and you test it on the PTS. Trust me. Guys, you need to just enjoy this patch while it lasts, because we are not going to have the same ESO once this update comes out. It is such a dramatic and drastic change that it won't feel like ESO anymore. It'll have an ESO skin, but it's not going to be ESO. So, yeah, guys. Thanks for stopping by the stream, everyone. And, yep. See you, Kevin. Take care, everybody.